Chapter 680. The whole of Western Desert was a vast desert. And the oases were like stars in the sky, dotted among them. Humans relied on the oases to survive here. Western Desert, Shajing Oasis. As a high-grade force, Huang tribe had hundreds of years of history here, occupying the essence resources at the center of the oasis. Outside the oasis, there were some small-scale forces that were attached to this Huang tribe. Even further outside, at the periphery of Shajing Oasis, there were mortal villages. These mortals lived hard lives, they had a large population and were controlled by Huang tribe and other Gu master forces. Among these villages, there was a Han village. At the periphery of Han village, there was a miniature natural grassland. Although it was called a grassland, it was several times more desolate than northern plains. Yellow sand was everywhere here, red dagger grass was spaced apart, the blades were as sharp as swords, their roots piercing deep into the yellow sand, absorbing the meager water. A group of children were bending their backs, holding sickles as they painstakingly cut the grass. These children were not even 10 years old, but they had to work to make up for the family's expenses. This was common among mortals. The dagger grass had sharp edges, almost all the children wore leather gloves, only one was barehanded. This barehanded child had a runny nose, holding a sickle in one hand and a dagger grass in the other. He skillfully cut off the leaves and placed them in a small basket on his back. The afterglow of the setting sun was still scorching hot, causing the children to pant and sweat profusely. Finally, as the twilight deepened, the sun sank below the horizon, leaving only a small part of it. The children stopped what they were doing. Let's go. It's night, the little ghost jackals are coming out to look for food. The largest child spoke, he seemed to be the leader of the children. How much did you cut? Wow, so much. So many. As usual, they began to compare with each other. I ate my fill today, so I have plenty of energy, hee hee. But you still didn't cut as much grass as Hanli. Hey, Hanli, you are so amazing. You can cut grass without gloves, and there are no wounds on your hands. How did you do it? A little girl with a ponytail asked. A little girl with a ponytail asked. Hanli laughed foolishly. The children returned to the village together, excitedly chatting along the way. When they reached the village entrance, they dispersed and returned to their homes. Hanli also returned home. He pushed open the tattered wooden door. He found that his parents were not back yet. His father was a farmer who grew steel wool in the farmland west of the village. He had been plowing the fields these days, leaving early and returning late. His mother, on the other hand, had a job that the villagers envied. Every day, he would enter the outer area of the oasis and do odd jobs for a small-sized forces Gu master. Hanli stood next to a stone mortar and poured the dagger grass from the basket into it. Then, he picked up the wooden pestle and pounded the leaves. He worked very hard. Before long, he was sweating profusely. The blades of grass were pounded into a paste. He took out a gunny sack and poured a small portion of the rice husks into the mortar. He stirred the mixture until it finally formed a paste of food. He dug out the food and put it in a wooden basin. Then, he carried the wooden basin to the side room. There was a simple and crude beast pen in the side room, where 3 fat sand scorpions were kept. These scorpions were as fat as pigs, and their claws posed no threat at all. Upon hearing Hanli's footsteps, the 3 fat scorpions quickly emerged from the shadows of the beast pen. Eat. I spent a lot of effort to get them. Hanli turned the wooden basin upside down, and the paste inside fell on the ground. The 3 fat sand scorpions huddled together and ate with big mouthfuls, letting out grunting sounds. Eat, eat, eat more, grow up quickly. Hanli's small body leaned on the fence, looking at these sand scorpions as he muttered to himself. These fat sand scorpions were not Gu, they were only ordinary insects. But the scorpion meat was tender and tasty, and the profit from selling the meat was a huge sum to a mortal family. To Han Li's family, these 3 fat sand scorpions were the most important assets. Thus, even if Han Li did not eat dinner, he still had to feed these 3 scorpions. Gugugu. At this time, Han Li's stomach suddenly growled in hunger. Han Li jumped off the fence and rubbed his stomach, immediately returning to the house and starting to cook. He had to cook for his parents every day. The rice they ate was the most common sand rice in Western Desert. This rice had a terrible taste and was hard to swallow, but it was easy to grow and was a staple food for mortals. Han Li busied himself beside the stove, not knowing that he was being observed for a long time. Darkness descended. In the mass grave several li away from Han village, Fang Yuan quietly sat cross-legged like a statue. The reason he chose this place was because it was a desolate place. Fang Yuan arrived at dusk and activated 1,000 investigative gu, covering the entire Han village under his surveillance. Gu immortals had unlimited primeval essence. As long as they had enough gu worms, they could do things hundreds or even thousands of times faster than mortals. In the darkness, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, thinking, the age seems to match, it should be this lad. While thinking, he activated the rank 5 luck inspection gu. Looking from afar, he saw a lump of luck cloud in the sky above Han village. The luck cloud was not big, it was gray-white in color, and was extremely thin. This was the collective luck. These villagers had a sense of belonging, they thought of each other as a whole, thus their luck gathered together. Fang Yuan looked at the bottom of the luck cloud. Wisps of providence smoke rose from the bodies of the villagers. After reaching a height of 500 to 600 feet in the air, they plunged into the providence cloud. Amidst the smoke of providence, there was a particularly conspicuous providence. This luck was like a huge rock, floating above Han Li's village, 100 steps away from the ground. There were cracks on the surface of the rock, and a trace of luck smoke was emitted from the cracks. It was golden in color, and continued upwards. The top of the smoke also fused into the collective luck cloud. What kind of luck is this? Fang Yuan clicked his tongue in wonder. He did not obtain the luck path true inheritance, he did not know the meaning of the form of luck. It was also very ignorant. He decided to call it monolith luck. Han Li was the only person in Han Li's village. Seeing this, Fang Yuan was certain that this Han Li would become a rank 7 gu immortal in the future. The person who had many fortuitous encounters. He looked at the sky above his head, but could not see anything. It is a pity, after I became an immortal zombie, I cannot check my luck anymore, unless I get the rank 6 luck inspection gu. I wonder how my luck is now. Is it still the black coffin luck? Fang Yuan mumbled to himself, he had always been curious about luck. However, just as he was about to take out connect luck gu, suddenly, a shout could be heard, little thiefling who, do you think I, the great plump lady, can't find you by hiding here? I chased you for an entire 80,000 li, quickly return my immortal Yuan stone. Fang Yuan was shocked, he quickly turned around, only to see a human figure formed from quicksand, shouting at him from not far away. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He said in a low voice, plump lady. You have the wrong person. I am not the person you are chasing. Bullshit. Little thiefling who doesn't know you are skilled in disguise? You think I can't recognize you just because you look like this? You've got guts to steal from this old lady. I will beat the shit out of you this time. Not only was the human-shaped quicksand shouting, at the same time, there was also an angry shout in the sky. The voice was like thunder, resounding in the sky. The whole oasis was instantly alarmed, it was in chaos. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. To think that he disguised himself as a normal person, concealing his zombie appearance. But unexpectedly, someone thought that he was a thief. He stood up and looked up. From the northeast direction, yellow sand filled the sky, intense winds blew, the sound of the wind was like the roar of a beast, roaring continuously. The calm yellow sand on the ground was like a raging sea, creating huge waves. The yellow sand waves crashed down layer by layer. Fang Yuan took a deep look at the monolith Luck, before moving forward to face it. After a while, he saw the person in question. This was an extremely plump female Gu immortal. She had large shoulders and a round waist like a water vat. Stepping on the yellow sand waves, she arrogantly looked down at Fang Yuan. She stretched out her plump finger, shouting, "Little thiefling who, you." Just as she spoke, Fang Yuan attacked. Heavenly Corpse Transformation. Fang Yuan purposely shouted, removing his disguise Gu worm, revealing his immortal zombie appearance. Immediately, a 10-meter-tall monster with a green face and sharp fangs, bloodshot eyes, 8 arms and claws, and bulging muscles appeared in front of the female Gu immortal, Plump Lady. It was sinister and filled with killing intent. Plump Lady was shocked. She spoke again, "You." Fang Yuan stepped on the ground. With a loud sound, the ground exploded. He shot towards Plump Lady like a cannonball. Plump Lady saw Fang Yuan's ferocious attack. Her heart shook. She quickly raised her hands. Swish swish swish. 3 huge waves of sand rose into the sky, reaching 100 meters. The huge waves crashed towards him. Fang Yuan sneered. He increased his speed and crashed into them. Bam bam bam. In an instant, he destroyed the 3 waves of sand, appearing in front of Plump Lady. Plump Lady's heart jumped. She finally realized that she had recognized the wrong person. But she had a fiery temper. Fang Yuan's ferocious appearance ignited her anger. "I'll let you have a taste of my Plump Lady's killer move, martial sand armor." She roared, and 2 streams of yellow sand gushed out from her ears. The sand quickly gathered and enveloped her body. In a few breaths of time, she turned into a sand giant that was not inferior to Fang Yuan, but she was still fat. Fang Yuan charged forward. The sand giant roared and punched with both fists. It was fearless. Bam bam. With 2 loud sounds, the 8-armed immortal zombie and the sand giant's fists collided. The sand giant's fists exploded into yellow sand, scattering away. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's fists were directly fractured. Plump Lady took a step back. The scattered yellow sand gathered towards the sand giant's fists again. Fang Yuan, however, took a big step forward. His fractured fists were recovering rapidly. His remaining 6 monstrous hands attacked the sand giant. Bam 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 bam. At once, the 2 fought intensely. Yellow sand flew in the sky. The sounds of bones breaking could be heard. Chapter 681. Fang Yuan laughed strangely. His 8 giant hands punched, slammed, slapped, pointed, or clawed. He displayed his incredible combat attainment. Plump Lady relied on her martial sand armor to bully other Gu immortals due to her strong defense and brave personality. But in front of Fang Yuan, she gradually fell into a disadvantage. Fang Yuan's punches flew rapidly. His movements were agile. Plump Lady was tired of dealing with them. She could only defend and could not retaliate. Suddenly, Fang Yuan saw a flaw. He got close to her. His arms were like strange pythons. His claws were like drills as he crushed the sand giant's arms. The sand giant roared. It raised its fat belly and charged at him. Fang Yuan sneered internally. He had expected this. He moved and arrived above the sand giant in an instant. His left knee slammed down. With a loud sound, the sand giant's head was destroyed. Before the sand could recover, Fang Yuan's right leg chopped down like a battle axe. Boom! The sand exploded. Her defensive killer move was directly destroyed. Plump Lady spat out a mouthful of blood as she fell to the ground like a meteor. Fang Yuan tore the sand apart. He was like a hunting eagle. He flew down from the sky, bringing with him fierce winds. He wanted to kill Plump Lady. Plump Lady, who was falling, showed a panicked expression when she saw Fang Yuan chasing after her. She tried to pull some distance away from Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan was faster. Boom! With a loud explosion, Fang Yuan charged down from the sky, directly knocking Plump Lady deep into the desert. A large amount of yellow sand was sent flying, and the huge impact instantly created a huge crater. It had a radius of 1,000 steps and a depth of 100 feet. Fang Yuan stood at the bottom of the crater, looking surprised. He saw that plump lady's corpse in his hands suddenly turned into a lump of spirit sand and dissipated. At the same time, a coquettish laughter could be heard from the sky above him. "Brute, I will let you have a taste of my offensive killer move, Dragon Burial Sand Coffin." As soon as he finished speaking, the yellow sand around the crater rushed down like a flood, flattening the entire crater in an instant. Fang Yuan could not dodge in time. Buried in it, the surface of the desert was as flat as a mirror. The plump lady was spitting out blood, sitting on a pile of yellow sand. Placing his palms together, his eyes were wide open as he activated his killer move. On the mirror-like surface of the desert, a winding sand sculpture of a horned dragon gradually appeared. This sand sculpture of a horned dragon. He circled it once. The dragon's head bit down on the dragon's tail, and together with the surrounding sand, they formed a powerful force that suppressed Fang Yuan under the sand. The originally intense battlefield had now regained its calm. "Who?" Plump lady exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and wiped the sweat off her forehead. Her mind relaxed. "It's over. My hidden dragon sand coffin." It could form an unparalleled pressure that came from all directions, from head to toe. As long as the enemy was trapped, they would not be able to move and would eventually be crushed into meat paste. In the past, even a desolate beast dragon was suppressed to death by me, much less a human. The plump lady muttered to herself. These words were very effective. She quickly calmed herself down. But right at this moment, a loud sound came from the depths of the ground. Dong. "What's that sound?" Plump lady shuddered. She became nervous again. Dong. The loud sound resounded again. It was as if a giant underground was beating a war drum. "Damn it, it's the buried dragon sand coffin." Plump lady became extremely vigilant. She stood up abruptly, but soon her vision turned black. She staggered and almost fell down from the floating yellow sand. She was indeed injured. Fang Yuan tore apart the martial sand armor and heavily injured her with his powerful fist. At the crucial moment, she used her killer move Substitute Body to attract Fang Yuan's attention, while her true body hid in the yellow sand in the sky. Next, Plump Lady used her killer move, the Buried Dragon Sand Coffin, to trap Fang Yuan underground. Impossible. Even a desolate beast dragon would die to this killer move of mine. If this killer move is sold in jewel yellow skies, it can be sold for at least 3 immortal yuan stones. Plump Lady muttered to herself. Dong! Right at this moment, another loud sound resounded. The originally mighty evil dragon sand sculpture trembled violently. Cracks appeared all over its surface, and fine yellow sand spilled down from it. Plump Lady's heart also shook, her eyes widened as she stared at the desert beneath her feet. Dong! 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 The loud sound resounded again. It was getting more frequent. The ground was also shaking. Plump Lady's mouth was dry. She was terrified. She felt that her killer move was not trapping a person, but a ferocious beast that was even more ferocious than the desolate beast dragon. Boom! The giant dragon sand sculpture could not suppress it anymore. It completely collapsed. The desert swelled up, quicksand flowed down like flowing water. A huge body appeared in front of Plump Lady again. The moonless night was filled with the sound of wind. It was eerie. Fang Yuan was 10 meters tall. He had 8 monstrous arms. He had a green face and sharp fangs. He was like a demon god that had appeared, bringing nightmares to the world. What was different from before was that he was covered in a layer of black armor. The armor was ferocious. There were sharp spikes at the edges. The armor was extremely thick. It made Fang Yuan's tall and strong heavenly zombie body look even more domineering. Demonic aura was overflowing. This was Fang Yuan's defensive killer move. If Plump Lady had another 400 years, she would definitely recognize this. This was the most popular defensive killer move during the 5 regions chaotic war, hair armor. It used rank 5 unbreakable steel main goo as the core, with hundreds of other goo worms as support. It could allow a goo immortal's hair to grow wildly and form armor. Not only was it cheap and good, it also had great defense. It was easy to replenish goo worms that were damaged in battle. Fang Yuan had become an immortal zombie. His hair was as hard as steel. The effect of hair armor was even better than an ordinary immortal's body. Fang Yuan relied on hair armor and his immortal zombie body to resist the burial dragon's sand coffin. He was completely unharmed. This killer move had appeared more than 400 years in advance. Plump Lady could not recognize it, but it did not stop her from evaluating the value of this killer move. This defensive killer move is even stronger than my martial sand armor. If I sell it in jewel yellow skies, it will be sold at the price of 2 half-immortal yuan stone. Thinking of this, Plump Lady's fighting spirit fell again. Sir, I am a Mo clan Gu immortal. I was chasing after a scoundrel, but I misunderstood you. I am now sure that you are not Ling Hu Su. This is a misunderstanding. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord, we. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He, this is getting interesting. Mo clan Gu immortal. If I kill you, I'm sure you will feel good about it. This was the first time Fang Yuan had spoken since the battle started. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant to hear. Plump Lady shuddered when she heard it. Mo clan was a super force in Western Desert, a tyrant of a region. But Fang Yuan was unbridled. He did not care about Mo clan at all. Plump Lady's heart sank to rock bottom. Where did this demonic cultivator come from? His battle strength is at the top of rank 6. And his personality is so fierce and arrogant. Next, Plump Lady saw the phantom of a pair of wings appear behind Fang Yuan's back. These wings were like bat wings, pitch black and wide. Her body shook. The phantom of bat wings vanished, but Fang Yuan's body shot towards her like lightning. So fast. This is a movement killer move. Plump Lady's pupils shrunk. She made up her mind to escape. She screamed, and her round, plump face could no longer hide the panic. She saw that Fang Yuan was getting closer. Plump Lady's body burst out with a dazzling yellow light. The yellow light pushed her body back rapidly. She escaped in the direction she came from at lightning speed. Fang Yuan activated his movement killer move, Light Illusion Bat Wings again, but he could not catch up. In a few breaths of time, Plump Lady vanished into the horizon. Plump Lady is in deep trouble now. She even used her killer move Light Sand Escape. Her foundation is definitely damaged. This guy is too exaggerated. He actually forced Plump Lady to flee. Far away, Ling Hu Su was carefully hiding deep in the sand. He held his breath and concentrated. He did not dare to show any flaws. She escaped quite quickly. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, stopping on the battlefield. He continued to use investigative goo to search. Ling Hu Su did not even dare to breathe loudly. He could feel the waves of investigative goo sweeping through his hiding spot. Fang Yuan searched for a long time, but there was no effect. He left. He finally left. Something is wrong. Why do I feel so uneasy? Ling Hu Su was just about to come out to kill the enemy, but his heart jumped. He changed his mind. Time passed slowly. It was already past midnight. A figure descended from the sky like a phantom. It was Fang Yuan. He had purposely left earlier, making a detour and flying above the clouds, secretly observing the situation below. But after waiting for a long time, he did not see anyone. He snorted coldly, giving up on his search. He rushed towards Golden Sand Oasis again. So close, so close. This demon is truly sinister and crafty. Thankfully I was vigilant. I almost fell into his trap. Ling Hu Su curled up deep in the sand, his body breaking out in cold sweat from fear. In the darkness, his eyeballs started to move. What is this demon's background? Where did he come from? What ulterior motive does he have? Ling Hu Su's curiosity was aroused, but this demon's investigative method is clearly unable to find my traces. Should I follow him and see what he is trying to do? But he immediately thought of Fang Yuan's return. His budding idea was doused with a bucket of cold water. This demon is not only ruthless and cruel, he is also crafty and sinister. I should save it. After all, the immortal Yuan stone is already in my hands. Ling Husu dispelled this thought. He did not dare to leave the desert. He directly drilled into the ground. His battle strength was lacking, but he had many movement killer moves. His drilling speed was not slower than ordinary Gu immortals flying. He directly chose the opposite direction from Fang Yuan, leaving this place. Fang Yuan returned to the sand oasis again. The oasis was brightly lit, it was filled with noise. Even though Fang Yuan purposely left this place, the commotion caused by the Gu immortals' battle was not small, it caused the mortals to panic. Fang Yuan ignored these people. He used luck inspection Gu to find Hanli again. He was extremely vigilant. While concealing his traces, he secretly activated Connect Luck Gu. This time, it was smooth sailing for him, there were no more accidents. The two's luck connected. Fang Yuan saw that Han Li's monolith luck was shrinking at an astonishing speed. Next, the monolith luck was covered in cracks, it crumbled. After a few breaths of time, Han Li's luck fell to the same level as immortals, smoke rising in spirals. Next, the gray-white smoke rapidly turned black. Oh no! Fang Yuan saw this and his heart sank. At the same time, Han Li was eating with his parents who had just returned. He was extremely hungry, he was stuffing food into his mouth. Eat slowly, kid. His mother smiled lovingly, showing concern for her son. Ugh, ugh. Suddenly, Han Li grabbed his neck, his eyes were wide open, he choked. Little rascal, quickly, spit it out. His parents were pale with fright, they were flustered. But in the end, Han Li was not saved by them. Chapter 682. Han Li was lying on the bed, slowly waking up and opening his eyes. Beside the bed, his parents were kneeling on the ground, kowtowing to an old Gu master, repeatedly thanking him. Dr. Mo, thank you for saving my son. Dr. Mo, we will remember your great kindness for the rest of our lives. Father, mother. Han Li opened his mouth with difficulty and softly called out. My son, my heart, alas. You are finally awake. Han Li's mother heard his voice and pounced on the bed, crying tears of joy. Little rascal, you are finally awake. Quickly thank Dr. Mo, if not for him, you would have really died. Han Li's father was also very happy, walking over and reminding him. Mo, Dr. Mo, thank you for saving my life. Han Li saw Dr. Mo and a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. I am a Gu master stationed in Han village, saving you is something I should do. Your luck is good today, I happen to be patrolling the village. Dr. Mo smiled. Soon after, under the endless thanks of Han Li's parents, he leisurely left. Oh. This is interesting. Fang Yuan did not go far, he hid far away and saw this scene. After he successfully connected his luck, Han Li's luck fell sharply, quickly turning into a faint black death luck. If Han Li was a Gu master with great strength, he could ignore this luck. But he was only a mortal, a weak child among mortals, he was immediately devoured by the black death luck and choked to death while eating. Fang Yuan immediately wanted to make a move and save them. He had a large number of healing mortal Gu. If he choked to death, as long as he did not die for long, he could be saved again. As long as he did not die, his luck would continue to flow endlessly. If Han Li died like this, Fang Yuan's terrible luck would only be slightly alleviated, but it would still worsen. Treating the symptoms would not solve the root cause. If Han Li survived, he would connect his luck with Fang Yuan at all times, continuously improving Fang Yuan's bad luck. But just as he set off, he suddenly saw a figure. He ran out of a large house in the village and quickly rushed towards Han Li's house. Looking at his movement Gu, it was obvious. He was a rank 2 Gu master. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes and quietly approached the village. He decided to wait and see. This rank 2 Gu master came to Han Li's house and tidied up his clothes. He pretended to be at ease. Soon after, he accidentally discovered Han Li choking to death. Under the pleading of Han Li's parents, he acted on the spot and saved Han Li from their conversation. This Dr. Mo should be a healing Gu master stationed in the village. However, from the looks of it, Han Li seems to have a secret relationship with this Dr. Mo. Fang Yuan's heart stirred. In order to control the mortals, Gu master forces would send 1 or 2 Gu masters to take turns to guard the village. Like Qing Mao Mountain's Guyue Jiangya, he was such a Gu master stationed here. Han Li and his family fell into a deep sleep. Fang Yuan snuck into the house. He came to Han Li's side and used a mortal Gu. It made him sleep even deeper. Fang Yuan stretched out his 8 hands and touched various parts of Han Li's body. Not long after, he found some clues. There were many Gu worms living in Han Li's body, and his flesh and blood seemed to be affected by the Gu worms. Fang Yuan felt that this arrangement was very familiar. The weakness of zombies was that their thoughts were rigid. Fang Yuan could not think of the key point and could only use the will stored in his mind to help him think. He searched through his memories and quickly found the truth, so this so-called Dr. Mo wants to refine a human medicine Gu. This human medicine Gu was a rank 3 Gu. It used human children as the main material to refine the Gu and took several years to slowly refine it. Once the human medicine Gu was refined, it could only be used once. It could increase one's lifespan, but the side effects were huge. That Dr. Mo is not young anymore. He clearly wants to use the human medicine Gu to increase his lifespan, so he placed his attention on Han Li. No wonder when Han Li was cutting the grass, he could pinch the dagger grass with his bare hands. This was because his body had been secretly modified. No wonder when Han Li was in trouble, Dr. Mo rushed over quickly. This was because the Gu worms on Han Li's body could monitor his movements. No wonder after Han Li choked to death, he was easily saved. Because according to the human medicine Gu's refinement steps, it can greatly increase a person's bodily functions. Fang Yuan came to a sudden realization. Although he discovered Dr. Mo's scheme, he did not want to stop it for the time being. If Dr. Mo mysteriously dies, Han village will definitely be investigated, and misfortune will occur. If he does not die, he will definitely take care of Han Li in order to refine the human medicine Gu. There are still 3 to 4 years before the human medicine Gu is refined, and I only need Han Li to be alive. Fang Yuan activated the luck inspection Gu again and checked Han Li's luck. Ever since he succeeded in connecting his luck, Han Li's luck had plummeted. It was no longer as special as before and was like the surrounding mortals. His luck was thin and faint like smoke. Fang Yuan carefully observed and found that the black color of Han Li's luck had disappeared, and was replaced by a gray-white color. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. From his experience, he concluded that the black color represented death. Without the black color, Han Li would not be in danger of death for the time being. As the saying goes, after extreme misfortune comes bliss. One who survives a great calamity is bound to have good fortune later on. After Han Li went through this crisis of death, his luck had clearly improved. From this, I relied on my own strength and schemes to survive the calamity and tribulation in northern plains. After escaping from the wind veil of assimilation, the black coffin luck should have dissipated by more than half. But even so, Han Li was almost cursed to death by me. It seems I need to find a few more targets and connect my luck with them one by one. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, but before he left, he secretly placed some Gu worms on Han Li's body. With his ingenious method, he could ensure that the rank 2 Dr. Mo would not find out. If one day, Dr. Mo wanted to make a move on Han Li, he would not be able to escape unscathed. Kid, I gave you 3 protective talismans. From now on, you will have to rely on yourself. Hee hee. Fang Yuan came and left without a sound, not a single soul could detect him. He first left Shajing Oasis and found a secluded corner. Only then did he activate fixed immortal travel. The next moment, he appeared in central continent. An enormous heavenly river fell from the sky, passing through the whole of central continent. Finally, it flowed out of central continent's eastern region and flowed towards eastern sea. At the middle and lower reaches of the heavenly river, due to the scouring of the heavenly river, a large fertile plain was formed. The plain was rich in natural resources and had many outstanding people. Countless small and medium-sized sects had taken root here. Among these sects, there was a very unremarkable small sect. Its name was extremely grand, called Universal Life Academy. Fang Yuan hid in the forest, observing this Universal Life Academy from afar. The academy was situated in a valley. There were not many houses in the courtyard, there was a small plaza. It seemed that the sect was holding a competition. There were 2 stages in the plaza, and hundreds of Gu masters were watching from below the stages. It was a battle between mortal Gu masters. The duration was short. It was nothing special. But in the eyes of the people involved, it was incomparably exciting. Especially to the youngster Hong Yi, who was standing among the crowd, this competition held great significance. I have bull strength and tiger strength, and because I had a fortuitous encounter with the Gu worm, passable, my battle strength has already reached the first rate of rank 2. In this competition, I will shock the world with a single brilliant feat, and obtain the first seat of the academy. This way, I can make my father lower his head. I will place my mother's memorial tablet in the clan's ancestral hall. Hong Yi clenched his fists, making up his mind. At the same time, far away, Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. He muttered, "I found you, Hong Yi." This Hong Yi's luck was not inferior to Han Li's. He was also a rank 7 legend that emerged during the 5 Regions War. He cultivated Strength Path and Soul Path. He had outstanding talent and was extremely proficient in creating killer moves. He had many fortuitous encounters. He obtained an ancient Rockman king's body, comprehended an inheritance left behind by star constellation Immortal Venerable, and even subdued an ancient desolate beast White-horned Qilin by chance, turning it into his mount. But even though he found his target, Fang Yuan did not make a move immediately. It is a clear day now, the sky is clear and boundless. If I want to connect my luck, the commotion will be huge, I might be discovered. This place was not like Han Village. In Han Village, there was only a rank 2 Gu master guarding it. But here, it was the gathering place of a Gu master sect. Not only that, there were 3 or 4 small and mid-sized forces around the valley. The whole of the plains in the middle and lower reaches of Heavenly River were densely packed with sections. Among these mortal Gu masters, there were even several lone cultivator Gu immortals. These Gu immortals had established their own sects. If Fang Yuan used Connect Luck Immortal Gu directly, he might be discovered. I can only wait until night time, when everyone is asleep. I will arrange a large number of mortal Gu and try to conceal my aura. Fang Yuan was old and experienced, he never lacked patience. When night fell, Universal Life Academy became silent. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Good, the 10,000 Gu worms arranged around the valley are ready. To conceal the immortal Gu's aura, I will need to use Connect Luck for most of the night. Right at this time, there was a spatial fluctuation in his immortal aperture. A moving perspective cup Gu appeared out of nowhere in his immortal aperture. Within the moving perspective cup Gu, there was a letter. Did something happen to Tai Bai Yunsheng? Fang Yuan probed with his consciousness and soon found that the letter was not from Tai Bai Yunsheng, but from Fairy Li Shan. After the Snowy Mountain Alliance was established, Fang Yuan gave Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan a moving perspective cup Gu each, forming a set with his own. The contents of the letter made Fang Yuan frown. This was Fairy Li Shan asking for help for He Lulan. He Lulan was being chased by her father, her life was in danger. How can this be? Damn it! Fang Yuan sighed deeply. Due to the oath, he had to put down his matters and quickly rush to northern plains to help He Lulan. However, for the time being, Hong Yi was still living here. It was easy for Fang Yuan to find him. I will let you off this time. Fang Yuan quickly retrieved most of the goo worms, trying not to leave any traces behind. Next, he went into a cave and secretly used fixed immortal travel. At the next moment, he arrived at a secret room on snowy mountain Blessed Land's third peak. In the secret room, Fairy Li Shan was pacing around anxiously. After seeing Fang Yuan, she immediately got closer. "You are finally here. You made me anxious, the situation is urgent, little Lan is being chased by that scoundrel. Why didn't you go help her?" Fang Yuan frowned. "I was going to show myself, but little Lan strongly asked me to continue hiding. She did not want our relationship to be known to the public." "Are you the only one here? Where is Tai Bai Yunsheng?" "He has other matters to attend to." Fang Yuan asked. "How many Gu immortals are chasing her?" "Only 2. One is He Cheng, the other is Xue Song Zi. I placed investigative Gu on He Lulan, her situation is critical. Quick, I will transmit the scene to you, go save her." Chapter 683. "Lulan, don't run. You are my daughter, why would I harm you? You cannot listen to other people's instigation. We have a deep misunderstanding between father and daughter. Indeed, I admit that I have the yin-yang life extension method inheritance, but this method cannot harm lives. Your mother really died because of the earthly calamity." He Qing floated in the air, speaking with an aggrieved tone as he tried to persuade He Lulan. He wore a black robe, which made his skin look even fairer. His eyes were like ink, his face was like jade, he was handsome, worthy of being a famous handsome man among Northern Plains Gu immortals. When he persuaded He Lulan, his words were sincere and sincere, complimenting his appearance. If outsiders who did not know the truth heard it, they might really believe it. But He Lulan had already seen through the other party's true colors. She gritted her teeth. "Evil scoundrel, who can you deceive with your hypocritical lies? If the yin-yang life extension method really does not harm lives, you can show it to me. He, I believe Xue Songzi beside you will also be interested." Xue Songzi was tall and thin, he wore a light blue robe, his snow-white hair extended to his feet. Right now, he was standing beside He Cheng, not saying a word. He was a demonic path Gu immortal, in charge of snowy mountain Blessed Land's 7th peak. Earlier, because he had supported Ma tribe lost in the imperial court contest, and he was suppressed by He tribe. Afterwards, in order to obtain the strength path immortal Gu, He Lulan exposed the secret of He Qing plotting to kill Su Xian heir to him. Thus, Xue Songzi had a secret weapon to restrict He Qing. He Lulan had wanted to use Xue Songzi's mouth to destroy He Cheng's reputation. But to think that Xue Songzi and He Cheng were together. Right now, hearing He Lulan's words, Xue Songzi's blue pupils turned. He looked at He Cheng with interest. "Maybe I can help your daughter?" He Cheng snorted, ignoring Xue Songzi's words. His attitude had truly changed. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he slowly said to He Lulan, "Daughter, you're refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit." He Lulan spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, she had already been beaten into her original form, and her entire body was bathed in blood. His armor was in tatters and he was in a sorry state, but his gaze was even more ferocious. Killing intent surged in his heart. A mocking expression appeared on her face. "Father? He. The Grand Righteous Path Rank 7 Gu Immortal Lord He Cheng had actually brought a demonic path Gu Immortal to threaten his daughter. If this situation were to be known by the world, I wonder what the result will be." He Cheng was mocked like that. Instead, he smiled, displaying his unfathomable shrewdness. "Lulan, you won't be able to escape today. You have the great strength true martial physique, becoming a Gu immortal is 10 times harder than ordinary people. Without my help, you will not become a strength path Gu immortal. If you have the guts, then kill me." He Lulan's face was twisted and ferocious. His aura increased instead of decreasing. "You forced me into a corner. At most, I'll self-detonate. I'll let you use all your schemes, all your efforts will be in vain, let's see what you can do to me. He Cheng laughed heartily. If you die, how will you take revenge for your mother? You hid for so many years, painstakingly working, wasn't it all to kill me? Unfortunately, we are different immortals and mortals, even if you have the 10 extreme physiques and can bully rank 6 Gu immortals with the lowest battle strength, you can. You want to kill a rank 7 Gu immortal like me, a fantasy. But even though he said that, He Cheng was still feeling vexed in his heart. He Lulan spoke of He Cheng's worries. Although he had the immortal Gu dark arrow, this immortal Gu was only used for offense. He Cheng lacked capturing methods. If he forced her too much, and He Lulan really self-detonated, he would not be able to stop her. Most importantly, this matter of harming his own daughter could not be exposed, it could not be spread, he could only act in secret. Otherwise, with He Cheng's influence in Northern Plains' righteous path, he would be able to gather 5 to 6 Gu immortals. But now, he only brought one person, Xue Songzi. And Xue Songzi was a demonic path Gu immortal from Snowy Mountain. He always placed benefits above everything else, he could not be trusted. Although they seemed to be allies, He Cheng had always been on guard against him. Earlier, when He Lulan exposed the secret, after Xue Songzi got hold of He Cheng's weakness, he thought about it and did not make it public. If He Cheng's reputation was tarnished, He tribe's Gu immortals would be able to suppress Xue Songzi. But if he used it to threaten He Cheng, Xue Songzi could obtain even greater benefits. Thus, before the wind veil of assimilation appeared, Xue Songzi found He Cheng alone and used this secret to threaten him. He Cheng was shocked at that time, the secret he had kept for so many years was exposed, he almost lost his composure. But he was worthy of being an old and crafty person, he quickly calmed down and used his glib tongue to agree to a portion of Xue Songzi's threats. Afterwards, He Cheng persuaded Xue Songzi to cooperate, and promised him that as long as his plan succeeded, he would give him even more rewards. Xue Songzi demanded an exorbitant price, saying that he was very interested in the Yin-Yang life extension method. Although Xue Songzi was only middle-aged and had lifespan Gu, which Gu immortal would not covet a lifespan extension method? He Cheng was helpless and furious, but he could only pretend to agree. Thus, He Cheng and Xue Songzi formed an alliance. Just as He Lulan, He Cheng, and Xue Songzi were in a deadlock, a dazzling jade light suddenly appeared beside He Lulan. The jade light soon dissipated, revealing Fang Yuan's huge body. He was 30 meters tall and had 8 arms, his face was green and eyes were red, his whole body was covered in a layer of shiny black armor, the armor was filled with sinister barbs. Facing a strong enemy, Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless, thus, he first activated his defensive killer move hair armor before using fixed immortal travel to get here. Although fixed immortal travel could only be passed down to humans, Gu masters could use Gu worms to form clothes and armor, they would not have to run around naked. When Fang Yuan teleported from Three Kings Blessed Land to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he was pressed for time and did not have the appropriate Gu worms. He could only run around naked, leaving a deep impression on Feng Kim Hong. You are finally here. He Lulan's expression shook when she saw the reinforcements. What immortal Gu is this? Who are you? Xue Songzi was shocked, he quickly asked. Fang Yuan quickly looked at the two in the air, laughing with a hoarse voice, he said with killing intent, the person who will kill you in the future. He replied half-heartedly while transmitting to He Lulan, quick. We cannot stay here, enter my immortal aperture, I will bring you away. Hearing that Fang Yuan wanted to kill him, Xue Songzi was furious, you talk big. The Gu immortal beside him, He Cheng, reacted faster than him, attack. That is the immortal Gu fixed immortal travel, he only needs 3 breaths of time to escape. We cannot give him any chance. As they spoke, He Lulan had already successfully entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Xue Songzi's expression turned solemn, he waved his sleeves and a crescent blade will the size of a horse carriage condensed. The blade will whistled as it flew, slashing towards Fang Yuan. Killer move, Icy Wind Blade Wheel. The blade wheel was made of ice and snow, its edges were extremely sharp, frost energy spread everywhere, and with the help of the wind, it was extremely fast. Before the blade wheel even reached him, Fang Yuan felt an intense cold wind assaulting him. This killer move is ferocious, it contains the essence of ice and wind path, it is worth at least 3 immortal yuan stones. Fang Yuan squinted, he wisely chose to dodge. Killer move, Light Illusion Bat Wings. 2 huge shadows of black bat wings flashed behind him. After the shadow flapped hard, it immediately dissipated into nothingness. Fang Yuan's speed rose sharply, he moved like lightning, flying to the side and dodging the icy wind blade wheel. The blade wheel landed on the ground, and with a loud sound, it cut deep into the ground like a knife cutting through tofu. On the grassland, the blade wheel instantly created a huge ravine, the ravine was quickly filled with ice that was as hard as iron and stone. Although Fang Yuan dodged the icy wind blade wheel, He Cheng's attack was right in front of him. This was an inconspicuous small black arrow. The arrow was short, less than half an adult's arm, it was dark and gloomy, and did not emit any dangerous aura. But precisely because of this, Fang Yuan felt a great sense of danger. This was the attack of the immortal Gu Dark Arrow. He Cheng was experienced in battle, he was ruthless, he used his killer move at the start. Fang Yuan quickly activated his killer move Light Illusion Bat Wings, dodging continuously. But the small black arrow was like a maggot, it followed him closely. Moreover, it changed directions agilely, it had locked onto Fang Yuan, no matter how he tried, he could not shake it off. The attack of the immortal Gu Dark Arrow could automatically find the enemy, it could change directions agilely and was extremely fast. Even if Fang Yuan was a flying master, he could not use it well. The dark arrow was getting closer and closer to Fang Yuan, he was surrounded by danger several times. Fang Yuan's defensive killer move Hair Armor, although it had a high price-to-performance ratio and was widely used in the 5 regions chaotic war, it was only a mortal killer move, the dark arrow could break it with one stab. Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body, even though it was tough, could not block the power of the dark arrow. Especially this dark arrow, it directly ignored Fang Yuan's body, heart and other areas, it targeted Fang Yuan's only weakness, his brain. After Fang Yuan became an immortal zombie, his heart, throat, anus and other areas were no longer his weaknesses. Even if these areas were destroyed, they would not cause any damage, he could still move freely. But the brain was different. If the brain was destroyed, the mind would be destroyed. Fang Yuan could not think, it would affect his movements, he would be at the mercy of others. Activating fixed immortal travel required 3 breaths of time. But the dark arrow chased relentlessly, it did not give Fang Yuan enough time. Fang Yuan twisted and turned, the many mortal goo that formed the killer move Light Illusion Bat Wings could not hold on for much longer. It's over. He Cheng sneered, he waved his sleeves and shot out another dark arrow. My dark arrow immortal goo is only rank 6, it can only shoot 3 dark arrows at once. No matter who you are, it is your honor to be able to make me shoot 2 dark arrows consecutively. He Cheng looked down at Fang Yuan, seeing him struggling at the edge of life and death, he evaluated arrogantly. What are you so proud of? I was just playing with you. Fang Yuan suddenly laughed loudly with his hoarse throat. 2 dark arrows approached him, he knew he could not save his green grape immortal essence anymore, thus he activated immortal goo worldly wave trace. Swoosh! A huge wave appeared under Fang Yuan's feet. The wave rumbled, Fang Yuan walked on it, quickly pulling away from the dark arrow. The power of an immortal goo was truly extraordinary. Chapter 684. Another immortal goo. Shui Songzi's expression changed, his gaze was burning with jealousy. To think that he himself had spent so much effort and schemes to obtain wooden chicken immortal goo, but it was all for naught. This mere immortal zombie in front of him actually had immortal goo that ordinary goo immortals did not have, and he even had two. Hey Cheng, Shui Song Zi, let's stop here for today. Enjoy your remaining life, because you do not have much time left. Fang Yuan's tone was icy cold. He stepped on the waves, at the same time, his body shone with jade-green light again. 3 breaths of time later, fixed immortal travel carried him, crossing endless space and leaving the battlefield. 2 dark arrows arrived just in time, but they only hit a trace of the jade light in the air. Oh no, they escaped. Shui Song Zi's expression was extremely ugly. He questioned He Cheng, aren't you a rank 7 goo immortal? Why didn't you capture them? Shui Song Zi, watch your tone. He Cheng was expressionless, he looked at Shui Song Zi coldly. Shui Song Zi was suppressed by He Cheng's aura, his expression became more restrained. He Cheng spoke slowly, the other party has 2 movement immortal goo, unless we have immortal goo that can seal the battlefield, we can only let them escape. But the tracking method I used on He Lulan is extremely secretive, it is a peak mortal killer move. As long as she appears in Northern Plains again, I will definitely sense her. And we did not return empty-handed this time, we have already found out the force behind He Lulan. Without the help of others, He Lulan would not be able to do this. But I did not expect it. An immortal zombie with 2 immortal goo appeared. It seems that the force behind He Lulan is not simple. The situation is getting more interesting. Saying so, He Cheng's lips curled into a smile, he did not show any signs of frustration. He did not make a move on He Lulan. On one hand, he was wary of her self-detonation, on the other hand, he wanted to lure out the mysterious person behind her. You mean? Shui Song Zi's gaze focused. Immortal zombies are usually formed when goo immortals are unable to extend their lifespan and are forced to transform into immortal zombies. Do you think this immortal zombie is the true mastermind behind He Lulan? He Cheng asked meaningfully. Fang Yuan didn't fight them head-on. He only dodged the arrows. He displayed the attainments of a flying master. But this level of attainment was not rare for goo immortals who had lived for hundreds of years. Therefore, He Cheng and Shui Song Zi didn't know Fang Yuan's true battle power. Fang Yuan didn't receive their attention, they only treated him as an ordinary immortal zombie. Shui Song Zi's eyes flickered a few times. I understand what you mean. This immortal zombie was not the crucial person, he had 2 movement immortal goo. It's very likely that someone lent it to him. He Cheng nodded, that's right. This mysterious person behind the scenes could very well be someone we know. Since she has the heart to send an unfamiliar immortal zombie to save us, then there must be something that is inconvenient for him to do. This mysterious person behind the scenes doesn't reveal any flaws, how can we investigate them? Shui Song Zi felt a headache. Enemies hidden in the dark were the most troublesome, they made him feel restricted when doing things, he didn't know who to trust or who to deal with. She has already revealed a flaw. He Cheng laughed heartily. Be it fixed immortal travel or worldly wave trace. They are both related to Central Continent. Such obvious clues are enough for us to dig out many things. As long as I find out the mysterious person who wants to harm me, I will capture them all. Saying so, He Cheng's face showed a trace of malevolence. Fixed immortal travel brought Fang Yuan back to Fairy Li Shan's place. Little Lan, how are your injuries? Seeing the bloodied He Lulan coming out of Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, Fairy Li Shan was very nervous, she quickly went over to check. Little aunt, it's fine. That old scoundrel did not deal a heavy blow, he was only bluffing. He Lulan smiled, as if she was not the injured one. Fairy Li Shan relaxed, letting out a breath of air, it seems that you guessed correctly, that old scoundrel really left a tracking method on you. This method is extremely secretive, we checked 5 or 6 times earlier but did not find anything. Fang Yuan heard this and his gaze turned cold, he stared at He Lulan, that means, you were discovered by He Cheng on purpose? Not on purpose. He Lulan looked straight into Fang Yuan's eyes, not avoiding his gaze. Earlier, Little Ant collected crucial information regarding Ma Hongyun's whereabouts. Ma Hongyun was captured by Northern Plains Gu immortal Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng's blessed land is inside Crimson Reed Marsh. This time, I wanted to sneak into the blessed land and investigate. To think that He Cheng was nearby, the moment I stepped into Crimson Reed Marsh, I was discovered by him. Fang Yuan nodded, he believed He Lulan's words. Of course, this was not because he trusted He Lulan, but because the Snowy Mountain Alliance had a rule: allies could keep secrets, but they could not lie to each other. If you did not want to say it, you could choose not to. But you had to be telling the truth, otherwise, you would die from the oath. Ma Hongyun is like his name, he has fortune rivaling the heavens. If I connect my luck to him, it will be much more effective than Han Li and Hong Yi. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan asked, how reliable is the information about Ma Hongyun being captured by Qin Baisheng? He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan looked at each other, before Fairy Li Shan said, according to our analysis, it is 70% reliable. The battle on the Wind Veil of Assimilation involved dozens of Gu immortals from the righteous and demonic paths. I was there as well. The scene was very chaotic. After the battle, everyone had their own guesses and rumors about who took Ma Hongyun away. As a result, more than 10 small conflicts occurred, but it was proven to be false. The information this time is different from the previous rumors. We have evidence. Evidently, someone in the know purposely spread this information. Qin Baisheng is a rank 7 lone cultivator Gu immortal, a famous woodpath expert. He also relies on his blessed land to defend. It is easy to defend and hard to attack. But Ma Hongyun is related to Giant Sun Immortals' Luck Path True Inheritance. It is too tempting to Northern Plains Gu immortals. Especially when Qin Baisheng does not have a Huang Jin bloodline, he is the target of jealousy and hatred. Fang Yuan nodded, this means that this is a dangerous situation. If Ma Hongyun is really captured by Qin Baisheng, not long after, a group of Gu immortals will attack Crimson Reed Marsh. That's right. He Lulan laughed heartily, her beautiful black eyes shining with a strange light. In my opinion, this information is most likely true. Thankfully, Little Ant did not expose her identity this time. When the righteous and demonic Gu immortals unite, they will need her mountain pledge Gu. We can use this chance to participate in this matter. If there is a chance to fish in troubled waters and obtain the Luck Path True Inheritance, we will make a move. If there is no chance, we will take a step back. While old scoundrel He Cheng is deep in battle, I will have a chance to ascend to an immortal. He Lulan was an ambitious person. She was similar to Fang Yuan. She was skilled in scheming. Fang Yuan asked coldly, although this is the first time I met He Cheng, I can confirm that he is not easy to deal with. If he stays outside, what will you do? To He Cheng, the Luck Path True Inheritance was important, but it was not as important as his lifespan. There were so many eyes on the Luck Path True Inheritance, with so many fierce people fighting for it, he might as well stay out of it and get rid of the troublesome He Lulan first. Fang Yuan's question hit the nail on the head. He Lulan's brows rose as she replied with a high-spirited expression, I don't have much time left, thanks to Little Ant's help these days. Half a month later, I will ascend even if I don't want to. If He Cheng comes to disturb us, then let's fight him to the death. Her words showed that she did not care about life and death, showing her heroic bearing. That means I have a chance of facing He Cheng head-on. By then, I can't escape, I can only resist him to protect you. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Fairy Li Shan said, Fang Yuan, don't forget, when a Gu master ascends to an immortal, heaven and earth qi will fluctuate intensely. Such a special environment will severely weaken He Cheng's battle strength. Little Land's immortal ascension is very important, I will also participate. Together with Tai Bai Yunsheng, we will have the battle strength of 3 Gu immortals on our side. He Lulan, however, understood his intentions. Fang Yuan, in order to save me, you used fixed immortal travel 3 times and lost 3 beads of green grape immortal essence. Every time you use worldly wave trace goo, you will lose 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. According to our alliance agreement, double the compensation is 8 immortal yuan stones. That's right. Fang Yuan looked at He Lulan, thinking that it was easier to talk to intelligent people. Fairy Li Shan came to a realization, 8 immortal yuan stones, I can give them to you now. But I have other things here, maybe Fang Yuan, you will be more interested if you take a look. Saying so, she took out 2 killer moves and a goo recipe. Fang Yuan looked through them and was immediately interested. 2 killer moves, one was called Poison Breath, it was a poison path killer move. It could turn a goo immortal's normal breathing into poison gas. The killer move was weak, but it could last for a long time. After a long time, the goo immortal would be surrounded by a layer of poison gas that would corrode the surrounding people and objects. But this killer move had a flaw, it was easy to injure the user. Especially for a normal goo immortal's body, they needed to spend a lot of effort to protect their nose, throat, and lungs. This flaw was negligible to an immortal zombie like Fang Yuan. The other killer move was called Kong Shing Tian. Kong Shing Tian was the name of a person, he was the goo immortal who created this killer move. He was famous in the history of goo masters, he had the 4th ranked mystical goo, Chi Escape Goo. Spring Autumn Cicada was only ranked 7th, while Chi Escape Goo was ranked 4th, it was created by reverse refining the legendary reputation goo. In terms of flying speed, it was number 1 in the world, no goo could compare to it. And this killer move was also a movement killer move. Back then, Kong Shing Tian had used Chi Escape Goo as a reference to it. It could open the tiny pores on the goo immortal's body and let out rapid air currents, propelling the goo immortal forward. Not only was it fast, it was also very agile. The killer move Kong Shing Tian was also very suitable for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a zombie body, his pores were tough, even if they were destroyed, his recovery speed was shocking, he could recover rapidly. As for the goo recipe, it was an ancient strength path goo recipe, it could refine rank 5 group strength goo. Undeniably, these 3 things were gathered by Fairy Li Shan for a period of time, specially prepared for Fang Yuan. Chapter 685. Fang Yuan thought about it before saying to Fairy Li Shan, I want this poison breath killer move and the ancient strength path goo recipe. How many immortal yuan stones? Fairy Li Shan answered, poison breath needs 2 immortal yuan stones, and group strength goo's recipe is also sold for 2 immortal yuan stones. A total of 4 immortal yuan stones. Fang Yuan nodded, agreeing to Fairy Li Shan's price. Poison breath killer move was extraordinary, it was indeed worth 2 immortal yuan stones. Group strength goo might only be a rank 5 mortal goo, but it was already extinct. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was normal for the goo recipe to cost 2 immortal yuan stones. Fairy Li Shan offered 3 things, but this unremarkable group strength goo recipe was the most attractive to Fang Yuan. However, even though the price was fair, Fang Yuan was tight on money, he still wanted to bargain and save as much immortal yuan stones as possible. Thus, he said, this group strength goo recipe might be rare, but it is an ancient goo recipe, the goo refinement materials are ancient, they are not easy to find now. Fairy Li Shan smiled, oh Fang Yuan, I expected this. I had originally prepared this group strength goo's recipe for Little Lon. The reason why I am selling it to you now is because the main material to refine this goo, stone monkey hair, has appeared recently. He Lulan added, that's right, recently, a goo immortal in jewel yellow skies, Shirley, known as the immortal monkey king, produced stone monkey hair in his blessed land. This goo refinement material had been extinct for countless years, but it reappeared in his hands, it has already caused quite a commotion in jewel yellow skies. Among the goo recipes of group strength goo, the rarest material is the stone monkey hair. The other materials might be rare, but as long as you have the heart, you can buy them. You can find them. Or use your refinement path foundation to exchange them. Her meaning was that she would not accept a counteroffer. Fang Yuan was not discouraged. Stone monkey hair. This ancient gu refinement material, although it has reappeared, it is monopolized by immortal monkey king Shirley's family. Its price should not be cheap. There's an old saying that goes, there's nothing good that's cheap. Fang Yuan. I saw your immortal killer move myriad self with my own eyes. Its power is truly shocking. Even now, it is deeply engraved in my heart. A straightforward person did not resort to insinuations. Group strength gu's value to you, Fang Yuan, is much higher than ordinary gu immortals. 2 pieces of immortal yuan stone are already sold very cheaply, He Lulan said. She refused to budge an inch. The other party had seen through him. It was indeed not good. However, He Lulan was right. The price of 4 immortal yuan stones was not high, it was very fair. Fairy Li Shan did not earn any profit from Fang Yuan's immortal yuan stone, but she did not sell it at a loss either. Fine. Fang Yuan assessed the situation and no longer insisted. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were not the land spirit of Lengia. Haggling over the price would be insulting the other party's intelligence. Soon after, both sides completed this transaction. Fang Yuan obtained the poison breath killer move, as well as the ancient group strength gu's recipe. There were also 4 immortal yuan stones. As for movement killer move Kong Sheng Tian, it was not suitable for Fang Yuan. Kong Sheng Tian opened all the pores on his body, breathing out air currents to move his body forward. This killer move's speed was not bad, and it was very agile. But the opening of all the pores on his body caused Fang Yuan's defense to fall greatly. At the same time, Fang Yuan's defensive killer move hair armor covered his body, leaving no gaps. If he used Kong Sheng Tian, he could not use hair armor. If he used hair armor, Kong Sheng Tian would be useless. The two were not compatible. Because of these reasons, Fang Yuan gave up on using Kong Sheng Tian. He now had 19.5 immortal yuan stones, but he had to convert them into green grape immortal essence, and he also had to bear the huge pressure of feeding immortal gu. Fang Yuan was still tight on money, he could not casually spend it on useless killer moves. When leaving, Fang Yuan did not use fixed immortal travel extravagantly, he used a stargate. Before leaving, he took a look at He Lulan's luck. He Lulan was rank 5 peak stage, her luck could be sensed by rank 5 luck inspection gu. He Lulan's luck had already recovered from the low point of dealing with Ma Hongyun. Her luck was like a huge pillar, it had the color of a blue cloud, giving people a feeling that it would last for a long time. He Lulan's luck is clearly at the level of Han Li and Hong Yi. I can deduce that her immortal ascension has a higher chance of success. But luck cannot be relied on alone, otherwise, why would He Lulan die so suddenly in my previous life? It can be seen that although luck is good, it also depends on whether one can grasp it or not. Now it seems that He Lulan's sudden death might have been caused by He Cheng. Although He Lulan's luck was strong, the Snowy Mountain Alliance had a detailed rule: allies could not be harmed. Fang Yuan was plagued with bad luck. If he tried to connect his luck with her, he would indeed have the intention of harming her. Moreover, according to Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, he was not optimistic about He Lulan's future. Fang Yuan did not have break luck gu, he could not randomly connect his luck, he had to choose his target carefully. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan first took out 8 pieces of immortal yuan stone and converted them into his own green grape immortal essence. He had used fixed immortal travel many times to return to Western Desert, Central Continent, Southern Sea, and also used worldly wave trace immortal gu to fight He Cheng, consuming a total of 6 green grape immortal essence beads. Out of the 17 green grape immortal essence beads, only 11 were left. Due to the recent frequent battles, after Fang Yuan refined 8 pieces of immortal yuan stone, his total green grape immortal essence beads increased to 19. This way, Fang Yuan's immortal Yuan stone fell to 11.5. Looking back at the battle with He Cheng, Fang Yuan was very satisfied. The result of victory or defeat was of no concern to Fang Yuan. He would not be angry or feel humiliated simply because of defeat. He would not feel proud or happy because of victory. He cared more about the gains and losses. In this battle, Fang Yuan had expended 4 green grape immortal essence beads, but he had gained more trust from He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. At the same time, he had obtained 4 immortal Yuan stone, the killer move Poison Breath, and the group strength Gu's recipe. Evidently, he had made a huge profit. However, in terms of losses, I have to remember Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan took out the Immortal Gu Worldly Wave Trace. Right now, the Immortal Gu's aura was not as stable as before, it gave off a feeling of weakness. The Gu worm also did not have a healthy luster, it looked dark and lifeless. Fang Yuan understood, Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu was originally in Imperial Court Blessed Land, it would starve and eat until it was full. Under the wind veil of assimilation, Mo Yao's will used Water Pavilion to fight. After I obtained it, I also used this Immortal Gu many times. It has already reached some sort of bottom line, it needs to be fed. If I don't feed it and use it too much, it might starve to death. Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu was the first, hungry, Immortal Gu in Fang Yuan's possession. It could be foreseen that as time passed, Fang Yuan would have even more Immortal Gu that were hungry and needed to be fed. However, to feed Worldly Wave Trace Gu, he needed tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish and thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. Fang Yuan asked Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit. After Tai Bai Yunqing left, the land spirit took over Tai Bai Yunqing's work and often paid attention to Jewel Yellow Skies' movements. But even though Fang Yuan took the initiative to buy them in Jewel Yellow Skies, there were few responses. This was not the commercial society on Earth, the economy here was not developed, one could not buy anything they wanted. Fang Yuan used Moving Perspective Cup Gu to send a letter to Tai Bai Yunqing. Tai Bai Yunqing brought him good news, he had already arrived at Hai Shi Blessed Land, he had smoothly come into contact with some Gu immortals, he even saw someone selling underworld jellyfish in Hai Shi Blessed Land. It was just that deep-sea lightning eels were not commonly seen. Gu immortals needed to go deep into the sea to capture them, not only was it dangerous, the sea areas that produced lightning eels were already controlled by Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance was the headquarters of the 5 regions zombie alliances, it was a powerful force, even stronger than Eastern Sea's local super forces. Thus, Eastern Sea immortal zombies acted in a domineering and arrogant manner, they sealed off several large sea areas and kept a vast amount of resources for themselves. This way, they maintained and increased their battle strength, making them even more domineering towards outsiders. Tai Bai Yunqing's letter suggested Fang Yuan to directly join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance and purchase deep-sea lightning eels from within Zombie Alliance. This was not only convenient, the price inside Zombie Alliance would also be much lower than selling to outsiders. Although Fang Yuan was moved, he had ascended to Immortal Realm in Northern Plains. His immortal aperture was formed from the heaven and earth chi of Northern Plains. The heaven and earth chi of the 5 regions were all different. As long as one tested it, it would be clear at a glance, one's origin could not be concealed. If he was a Northern Plains immortal zombie, it was not impossible to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. But joining Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was related to one of Fang Yuan's great plans. This plan had huge expected profits, to the extent that even if Fang Yuan did not become an immortal zombie, he would have taken the risk to disguise his identity and sneak into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Now that he was an immortal zombie, joining Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was no doubt more convenient. Joining Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance might make it easier to buy lightning eels, but if I give Tai Bai Yunqing some time to socialize, I will be able to buy them, at most, the price will be higher. If I do not use Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu as much as possible, I will be able to last for some time. Fang Yuan was not willing to give up on his plan, he rejected Tai Bai Yunqing's suggestion. After resting in Hu immortal blessed land for a while, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel again, rushing to Central Continent. Universal Life Academy was located in a valley, under the night sky. It was lit up with many lights. It was tranquil and peaceful. Hong Yi sat cross-legged on his bed, ending his daily cultivation of nurturing his aperture. He opened his eyes. They were shining brightly, revealing a look of anticipation and excitement. In today's competition, I have already entered the top 10, but I have not shown my true strength. This is heaven helping me. I coincidentally got a bye and was treated as a lucky person. Tomorrow is the competition of the top 10, they will underestimate me and will not be able to guess my true battle strength. The day after tomorrow is the battle of the top 10, as long as I use this goo, it will not be a problem to break through their defenses. Thinking of this, Hong Yi took out a rank 2 goo worm. This was a time path goo worm. It was extremely rare. It could be used for both offense and defense. It could make the opponent's goo worm return to before it was activated. For example, if the opponent condensed a fireball, under the power of the fireball, the goo worm would return to before it was activated, and the fireball would vanish. Chapter 686. Hong Yi had already decided to use passable goo to deal with the enemy's defensive goo. As long as the enemy did not activate 2 defensive goo at the same time, Hong Yi would be able to land a light hit on the enemy's body and heavily injure them, before defeating them. If the enemy activated 2 defensive goo at the same time, Hong Yi would not be in a rush to attack. He would use a battle of attrition. If the enemy activated 2 defensive goo at the same time, his primeval essence expenditure would definitely be faster than Hong Yi. It could be said that Hong Yi had a huge advantage with this goo. He would most likely get first place in this competition. As long as I get first place, I will be able to move Mother's memorial tablet back to the ancestral hall. Suddenly, Hong Yi frowned. In an instant, he felt as if his heart had become empty. It was as if something precious and important had been stolen by someone. Could it be that my wish of many years is about to come true, causing me to feel anxious? I am alone. Other than passable goo, I have nothing else. What can I have that is worth others seizing? Hong Yi shook his head and laughed bitterly. He had forgotten about the uneasiness he had felt earlier. Far away in the valley, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. The luck connection succeeded. For this luck connection, he had made good use of his time. He had rested in Hu immortal blessed land for a while before rushing over, thus he did not encounter any unexpected disturbances. Fang Yuan used luck inspection goo, observing Hong Yi's luck. His luck was milky white. It was very special. It gave off a feeling of vitality. His luck gathered into a lump, forming the posture of a scholar sitting down and reading. The scholar's appearance was somewhat similar to Hong Yi. He was in high spirits. But after connecting his luck with Fang Yuan, this white scholar's luck immediately shrunk. It was less than 30% of its original size. Moreover, the scholar's robe that was flowing like silk had become tattered, become ragged and patched here and there. It was like a young master of a rich family had become a poor man's son. His younger brother was a poor scholar. His face was no longer in high spirits. Instead, his face was thin and his expression was gloomy, as if he was talented but had not been recognized. It seems that the luck connection is beneficial. There are benefits indeed. When I connected my luck with Han Li earlier, he almost choked to death. This time, Hong Yi's luck did not bring him death. This shows my own luck. It has improved a lot. It has indeed improved a lot. Fang Yuan was secretly pleased. Just as he was about to leave this place, he suddenly had a thought. He found 2 sneaky goo masters moving stealthily in this valley. Fang Yuan had been in the Universal Life Academy's valley in order to connect his luck. He arranged many goo worms. On one hand, it could conceal the aura of immortal goo connect luck. On the other hand, it could scout the surroundings and give an early warning. It could be said that the whole valley was under Fang Yuan's surveillance. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and sensed. These 2 sneaky goo masters were not weak. they were both rank 5 Gu masters. They were on the other side of the valley, sneaking forward and whispering to each other. Sect Master Fan Yi. Are you sure there's an Ji forest and an earth horse beneath this valley? Valley Lord Yuan Bai. I can't be wrong. I saw it with my own eyes. Don't worry, follow me into the cave. When you see it with your own eyes, won't you be convinced? This is the territory of the Universal Life Academy. If Universal Life Academy's principal Hong Xianji discovers us, we won't be able to walk away unscathed. Although Hong Xianji is strong, his investigative methods are lacking, otherwise, he would have discovered this great resource right in front of him. We are scheming against him, how can he discover us? Sigh, if we are discovered, our 2 sect leaders will investigate Universal Life Academy at night, our reputation and face will be ruined. Fang Yuan listened to the entire conversation between the two. Ji Forest, Earth Horse. His heart jumped. This Ji Forest grew in underground caves, often spanning tens of li. Each lingji was as big as a tree, its flesh was fat and plump, it could be used to feed gu worms or be sold as gu refinement materials. Earth horses were mutated beasts that grew in the Ji forest, there were usually only 2 or 3 of them in a forest, they lived in families. Earth horse hooves were one of the main materials of rank 5 earth escape gu. Earth horse eyes could be used to refine X-ray vision gu. Earth horse tail hair could be used to refine smoke dust gu. Earth horses could be said to be full of treasures, it was no wonder Valley Lord Yuan Bai and sect leader Fan Yi, these 2 rank 5 gu masters, coveted them. But to Fang Yuan, earth horses and Ji forest did not have much attraction. Earth horses were mutated beasts, they were at most equivalent to myriad beast kings. An earth horse family only had 2 or 3 myriad beast kings. Ji forest was sold by many people in jewel yellow skies, they were ordinary goods, Fang Yuan did not need to use immortal yuan stone to buy them. However, for the Universal Life Academy, the large underground Ji forest is an important resource that involves enormous benefits. It is a pity that they are still in the dark. Fang Yuan thought about it, he followed behind the 2 rank 5 gu masters, entering the underground Ji forest. Just like he estimated, this was an ordinary Ji forest, it was about 10 li in size. 3 earth horses, it was a family of 3, they lived in the Ji forest. Such a large Ji forest. Sect leader Yuan Bai sighed as he walked in the Ji forest. This is a boundless land of treasures, why did it not appear in my valley? Sigh. Valley Lord Fan Yi affectionately caressed the branches of the lingji, speaking with a tone of jealousy. Fang Yuan walked around them, arriving at the center of the Ji forest. There was the largest lingji here, it was over 6 meters tall, directly supporting the cave wall. The leaves of the lingji were like a huge umbrella, covering a huge circle. This was the Lingji King. Fang Yuan lowered his head, arriving in front of the Lingji King. Beside the Lingji King, there were 3 earth horse guards, as well as a group of metal-devouring ants. There were many metal path wild gu in the ant group, and there were even wild wood path gu worms on the Lingji King. But these were all mortal creatures, Fang Yuan did not conceal his immortal zombie aura, directly coming here without any obstruction. Fang Yuan took out a monstrous claw, aiming at the position, he ruthlessly scratched the trunk of the Lingji King. The Lingji King shook intensely, causing the rocks on the ceiling to fall. The earth horse guards were intimidated by Fang Yuan's immortal zombie aura, they did not dare to get close, they could only whimper from afar. Fang Yuan dug for a while before retracting his zombie claw. Inside the monstrous claw, it was holding a heart. This was the heart of the Lingji King, it was tender and warm. The surface was milky white, formed from pure Lingji flesh, it let out a trace of meaty fragrance. As long as I plant this Lingji King heart, not long later, a small Ji forest will form. Fang Yuan could be considered to be stealing. Who immortal blessed land soil was not suitable for planting a large-scale Ji forest. But it was not hard to survive in this small area. Of course. There were not many benefits involved. Fang Yuan was purely playing around. As for this large Xi forest and earth horses, Fang Yuan did not care about them. He wanted to move into Hu immortal blessed land. It would be very troublesome. When he needed it, it was most convenient to buy it from jewel yellow skies. Even if it lost its heart, the Lingji king would not die. It was just that the Xi forest would not grow. It would have to rest for at least 10 years. What is that sound? Far away, Yuan Bai and Fanny looked at each other. Fang Yuan took away the Lingji king heart. It caused quite a commotion. There was even the earth horse's whimper. But when Yuan Bai and Fan Yi arrived before the Lingji king, Fang Yuan had already disappeared. He had left. The remaining earth horse guards vented their anger on Yuan Bai and Fan Yi. Sounds of intense fighting could be heard. Soon, Universal Life Academy was alerted. Hong Xuanji led a group of Gu masters and arrived. They were surprised and happy. Yuan Bai and Fan Yi sighed inwardly at their bad luck. After a round of fighting, Hong Xuanji chased Yuan Bai and Fan Yi away. He ordered the academy elders who were in ecstasy. The matter of the Xi forest is very important. From today onwards, we will stop the sect competition and gather all the disciples and elders who are out on missions. It will be a difficult period from now on. Yuan Bai and Fan Yi will gather more sects to pressure us. We must defend this Xi forest. This is the foundation of Universal Life Academy's rise. Yes, Lord Principal. The Gu masters responded. On the other side, Hong Yi, who was sleeping soundly, was still in the dark. He did not know that the sect competition he was looking forward to had been cancelled due to the sudden change. The realization of his dream of moving back to his mother's tablet would have to be postponed again. Swish swish swish. Water waves surged, moist winds blew on Fang Yuan's face, but such a light force did not give Fang Yuan any feeling. This was not Central Continent, it was Southern Border. The river in front of him was Southern Border's second largest river, Jade Dragon River. There were 3 great rivers in the Southern Border. The first was the Red Dragon River, the second was the Jade Dragon River, and the third was the Yellow Dragon River. Red Dragon River's water was red like blood, Jade Dragon River had green waves, and Yellow Dragon River was the river that Fang Yuan had drifted on in this life. It was yellowish-brown and had the most silt. Fang Yuan played with the Lingji King heart in his hands. After taking this heart, he did not use fixed immortal travel to leave. Instead, he moved to a corner of the valley. Before activating fixed immortal travel, he left behind many Gu worms. These Gu worms would self-detonate after he left, getting rid of the aura left behind by fixed immortal travel. It would be done without anyone knowing. Right now, he was waiting for a person. This person was one of his targets. He had great luck, he had many fortuitous encounters and went from a lowly existence to a legend. During the 5 regions chaotic war, he was a rank 7 Gu immortal, an influential person on the same level as Han Li and Hong Yi. But different from Han Li who joined a clan or Hong Yi who joined a sect, this person had always been a lone cultivator. He had several friends and relatives, but he had never joined any force. Before Fang Yuan self-detonated, there were rumors that Central Continent's Celestial Court was preparing to recruit him. As for whether this was true or not, Fang Yuan had no way to verify it. But since Fang Yuan had reborn, this was not important anymore. In my memories, this person was ostracized by lowly people. After his clan was banished, he wandered here. Beside this river, he obtained the inheritance of a rank 4 Gu master. It was enough for him. With this inheritance, he made a living and defended against the dangers of the wilderness. He grew stronger step by step, and by a huge fortuitous encounter, he obtained the black-yellow Mother Chi Gu and the Heavenly Teacher inheritance. He succeeded in rock gambling and swept through all of Southern Border's rock gambling dens. Fang Yuan recalled. The reason why he knew of this place was because of the biography of Yi Fan. Every biography of an important person was filled with pictures and text. Yi Fan was Fang Yuan's target this time. And this was Yi Fan's starting point. He obtained his first fortuitous encounter tonight. Chapter 687. The stars were like diamonds, decorating the night sky. Wind blew from the river. Occasionally, there would be the cries of beasts and birds. It made the surroundings even more tranquil. Fang Yuan waited patiently, but Yi Fan did not appear that night. As time passed, the second day, the third day, Yi Fan did not appear. Is there a mistake in the biography of Yi Fan? Fang Yuan could not help but think, but soon, he denied this thought. No, the Gu Master inheritance is still there, Yi Fan did not take it away. Let's wait and see. Fang Yuan did not know that 1,000 li away, Yi Fan was in trouble. Huff huff huff, Yi Fan breathed roughly. He looked at the huge beast at the entrance of the cave with fear and trepidation. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? I was just chased out by the clan. I hid in a cave, but when I woke up, the cave entrance was sealed. Yi Fan cursed internally. He was nervous and helpless. This cave only had one exit, but it was blocked by a ferocious beast. Yi Fan did not have the ability to dig holes in the ground, and his strength was still very low. However, this ferocious beast's body was enormous. It was actually a beast emperor. This beast emperor, why is it alone? There are no beast groups guarding it. Could it be an old emperor that was chased out by the new emperor? Yi Fan looked at the beast in front of him nervously as he analyzed the situation in his mind. As he observed, he soon found that this beast emperor was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. This dog-shaped beast emperor was covered in injuries. It was not big, it was lying on the ground, its eyelids were drooping, it was weak. On its snow-white fur, there were colorful patterns. It was like a pink flower petal in the snow. Sniff sniff sniff. Yi Fan listened carefully. He could hear that the dog emperor was whimpering softly. Its voice was very weak. Looking at its shriveled body. Looking at its ribs, Yi Fan finally understood. Even though this is a beast emperor, it is very hungry. It has no battle strength left. After coming to this conclusion, Yi Fan let out a breath of air. He relaxed but also felt pity for it. They were both in the same predicament. This beast emperor was in a similar situation as him. Yi Fan carefully got close to the dog-shaped beast emperor. The beast emperor did not react. It allowed him to get close. Yi Fan did not even dare to breathe loudly. Squatting down beside the beast emperor, he slowly extended his hand and placed it on the beast emperor's forehead. The fluffy fur made Yi Fan feel soft and comfortable. At the same time, it was wet and hot. The Beast King was having a fever. His whole body was drenched in sweat and his fur was wet. His bodily functions were at rock bottom. Beast Emperor, you're about to die. Maybe one day, I'll be just like you. But you're lucky to have met me. Who told me to be the most famous veterinarian in the village? Yi Fan muttered to himself as sympathy welled up in his heart. He began to heal the dog Beast King. He activated a goo worm to heal the Beast Emperor's injuries. To alleviate its condition. Then, he took out precious food and water and fed them to the Beast Emperor bit by bit, allowing it to slowly recover its strength. Yi Fan was no longer in a hurry. He stayed in the cave for 7 days until the dog-shaped Beast King finally recovered. Although it was still weak and did not have a single wild goo on it, it could not even defeat 1,000 Beast King. But at least it was out of danger. It was no longer feverish and could run freely, following Yi Fan's legs. Yi Fan had saved it, so it treated Yi Fan as its closest friend. Every time Yi Fan returned to the cave with food and water, it would greet him and run around Yi Fan's legs, wagging its tail happily. Later on, it recovered some battle strength and started to hunt with Yi Fan, helping him obtain food. One man and one dog, they quickly established a deep friendship. When Yi Fan decided to leave the cave and travel far away, the dog-shaped Beast Emperor chose to follow him. It's already the 8th day, why has Yi Fan not appeared yet? Beside Jade Dragon River, Fang Yuan was getting anxious from waiting. There were 5 to 6 days left until He Lulan's tribulation. By then, Fang Yuan would have to guard her. Not only would he have to bear the brunt of the heavenly tribulation and earthly tribulation, he might also have to face the joint attack of rank 7 Gu Immortal He Cheng and rank 6 Shui Song Zi. To estimate a Gu Immortal's battle strength, there were many factors to consider, but there were only 4 main ones: Immortal Essence, Killer Moves, Immortal Gu, and the Gu Immortal's battle attainment. During the trip to Northern Plains, Tai Bai Yunsheng, who had just advanced to Gu Immortal, had bottom-tier rank 6 battle strength. Tai Bai Yunsheng had Immortal Essence and Healing Immortal Gu, but he did not have Killer Moves or sufficient Mortal Gu. And most importantly, his battle attainment was very low. Thus, he was suppressed by He Lulan, who had the great strength true martial physique. Right now, Fang Yuan had little Immortal Essence. Even though he had many Immortal Gu, they were all waiting to be fed, he could not use them. But he had the killer move Icy Drill Stardust, Light Illusion Bat Wings, and Hair Armor. Normally, his battle strength could reach upper tier rank 6. If he used the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self, his battle strength would immediately rise to the peak of rank 6. Fang Yuan defeated the Western Desert Gu Immortal Plump Lady, who had fled. Her battle strength was also upper tier rank 6. She had 3 kinds of powerful mortal killer moves, especially the last movement killer move. Fang Yuan could not catch up to her. But Fang Yuan had an immortal zombie body, with light illusion bat wings and hair armor, and most importantly, Fang Yuan's abundant and ruthless battle talent. Plump Lady lost all her fighting spirit and could only escape. Shui Song Zi's battle strength should also be upper tier rank 6. He was a wealthy Gu Immortal. Even though he had failed to sponsor Ma Tribe and suffered a huge loss, he still had a foundation. He definitely did not lack Immortal Essence. According to Fairy Li Shan's information, he had already purchased many killer moves in his early years. As a demonic path cultivator, he paid attention to battle strength. His battle attainment was also extraordinary. Shui Song Zi was an experienced Gu Immortal. If Fang Yuan did not use Myriad Self or Immortal Gu to fight him, the victor would only be known after a battle. And He Cheng's battle strength was upper tier rank 7. He Cheng was older than Shui Song Zi and He Bai. His rank 7 blessed land was already on the right track. The immortal essence it produced was Red Date Immortal Essence. It was a grade higher than Green Grape Immortal Essence. He was a Gu Immortal of the Huang Jin tribes. He did not lack killer moves. He had Immortal Gu Dark Arrow for a long time. According to Fairy Li Shan's information. Several months ago, He Cheng seemed to have seized an Immortal Gu somewhere in Northern Plains. But as for what it was, He Cheng had not exposed it yet. He Cheng's battle achievements were also not bad. He had openly sparred with some Righteous Path Gu Immortals, and also fought to the death with Demonic Path Gu Immortals, killing several Demonic Path Gu Immortals. He Cheng did not lack Immortal Essence or killer moves. His battle attainment was also not bad, but he lacked Immortal Gu. If he had 1 or 2 Gu that could be used in battle, his battle strength would rise to upper tier rank 7. Fang Yuan had fought with He Cheng before. But the battle was very short. Fang Yuan did not fight head-on, instead retreating with He Lulan. In all fairness, even though Fang Yuan had many Immortal Gu, he did not have any Immortal Gu for offense or defense. When the Dark Arrow attacked, Fang Yuan could only dodge. He could not take it head-on. Fortunately, Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu was the core Gu of Myriad Self-Killer move. Because of this, Fang Yuan had an Immortal Killer move. Because of this trump card, Fang Yuan had the strength to fight He Cheng head-on. Fang Yuan was very clear about the difference in battle strength between him and the enemy. He Lulan was about to undergo tribulation. Fang Yuan felt a lot of pressure. Yi Fan has not arrived yet, the less time I have to prepare for He Lulan's tribulation. Maybe I should give up on waiting and return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land to make preparations and raise my battle strength as much as possible. After waiting for so many days, Fang Yuan's heart could not help but waver. Especially when he thought of the previous 2 luck connections. There were accidents that caused the luck connection to fail. When Han Li appeared. When Plump Lady appeared, Fang Yuan had no choice but to fight and show his fierceness, scaring Plump Lady away. When Hong Yi appeared, He Lulan was being chased, Fang Yuan was forced to put down what he was doing and save her. Could it be that my attempt to connect luck to Yi Fan also met with an accident? It was not because of me, but because of Yi Fan. Fang Yuan's guess was right on the mark. Luck was constantly changing, it was like the tide, rising and falling at times. One who survives a disaster is bound to have good fortune. After Fang Yuan escaped from the wind veil of assimilation, his black coffin luck had already dissipated by half. Next, he connected his luck to Han Li and Hong Yi. They were all people with strong luck that were only inferior to Ma Hongyun. Fang Yuan's luck thus changed greatly. This time, he connected Yi Fan's luck. The contest of luck between the two was no longer Fang Yuan facing trouble. Instead, Yi Fan's luck was faintly evading, giving Yi Fan a chance to avoid danger. Yi Fan grabbed this chance and delayed for 7 days and 7 nights, successfully subduing a beast monarch. Unfortunately, when he neared the Jade Dragon River, Fang Yuan's heart only wavered, but he did not leave. Isn't the dog monarch beside Yi Fan the Yingming I met in the Three Kings' blessed land? It did not die and even followed Yi Fan. Fang Yuan recognized the dog monarch and was astonished. This matter was not recorded in the biography of Yi Fan. The process of connecting Yi Fan's luck was very smooth, and nothing unexpected happened. It could also be said that Yi Fan's lateness was already an accident. Yi Fan's strength was low, and from start to finish, he did not discover that Fang Yuan had plotted against him. This proved once again that good and bad luck were not decisive factors. As long as one was strong enough, they could resist bad luck and seize opportunities. Yi Fan's luck was also very special. There was actually a coffin in his luck. However, this coffin was not the black coffin that Fang Yuan had before. Instead, it was bronze in color and looked simple and mysterious. Around the coffin, there were 9 spiraling dragons of luck protecting it. After connecting with Fang Yuan's luck, the 9 dragons of luck immediately shrunk to 4, and the bronze coffin also shrunk to half its original size. Fang Yuan was very satisfied with this result. Yi Fan's luck had shrunk by more than half, but there was still a large amount left. Han Li, Hong Yi, and Yi Fan have all connected their luck to me, and the luck of the 4 of them has been evenly divided. Yi Fan's luck is also the same as mine. Han Li's luck and Hong Yi's luck are equally dense. After working hard to this point, Fang Yuan finally resolved the second drawback of the spring-autumn cicada. Not only did he no longer have the bad luck from before, but he also had extraordinary luck. He could barely be considered a person with good luck. It is a pity that it is not easy to find a suitable candidate. Although there are still a few in my memory, they have not been born yet. Fang Yuan inwardly felt that it was a pity that there were very few people with strong luck. At this stage, Fang Yuan could only find these 3. At this point, the matter of connecting luck came to an end. As Fang Yuan watched Yi Fan continuously approach the treasure by the river, he could not help but smile. Chapter 688. He Lulan's tribulation made Fang Yuan feel that a huge battle was about to happen. He Cheng was an experienced rank 7 Gu immortal, his battle strength surpassed Fang Yuan's. Xue Songzi had Snowy Mountain's 7th peak, he was not an easy opponent. Even without He Cheng and Xue Songzi's interference, the great strength true martial physique's tribulation was far more severe than normal people. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan immediately started preparing for battle. He wanted to raise his battle strength in a short period of time. He had to start from 4 aspects: Immortal Essence, Killer Moves, Immortal Gu, and Personal Battle Attainment. Fang Yuan's personal battle attainment was already very high, it was hard to raise it in a short period of time. To raise his battle strength, he could only start from the other 3 aspects. Fang Yuan first checked his capital. Because of Yi Fan, Fang Yuan went to southern border. This trip had used up 2 beads of green grape immortal essence. He had 17 beads left. Evidently, this amount was far from enough for a huge battle. According to Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, it was normal to expend dozens of beads of immortal essence in a huge battle, sometimes even hundreds. Fang Yuan had many immortal goo. He needed to replenish his green grape immortal essence. To replenish his green grape immortal essence, there was only one way for Fang Yuan, that was to refine immortal yuan stone. And Fang Yuan only had 11.5 immortal yuan stone left. Fang Yuan went into the underground cave and saw Wisdom Goo again. Wisdom Goo, I brought you something fun this time. He greeted. Even though in the legends of Renzu, Wisdom Goo could communicate with Renzu normally. However, legends were not without their exaggerations. Fang Yuan could not figure it out. No matter what. Wisdom Goo remained silent, but the light of wisdom flickered a few times. Fang Yuan smiled. With his previous experience of dealing with Wisdom Goo, seeing the light of wisdom flicker, he knew that Wisdom Goo had agreed. Therefore, he planted the Lingji Ganoderma king's heart that he had conveniently stolen on the spot. In just a few breaths of time, the ground split open, mushroom-shaped Ganoderma grew at an observable speed, growing to the height of benches and tables. There was no other way. Who Immortal Blessed Land's soil was different from the Universal Life Academy's Valley's soil. It was not suitable for the growth of a mushroom forest. This was already the limit of the mushroom forest's growth. Fang Yuan did not feel it was a pity either. He was just casually sitting on a stalk of Ganoderma. The Lingji violently trembled a few times. It was actually able to withstand the enormous weight of Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body. This cave was originally empty, but now it was no longer monotonous. Wisdom Goo was like a new baby. It circled and danced in the short mushroom forest. At first, it was cautious, but soon, its flight path revealed a cheerful mood, like a child who had discovered a new toy. Wisdom Goo, it's time to get down to business. Fang Yuan said after watching for a while. Wisdom Goo stopped at the top of a stalk of Lingji, once again emitting the light of wisdom. It enveloped Fang Yuan within. Fang Yuan silently activated Delight in Water and Mountain Goo, deducing the Immortal Goo Remnant recipe. 7 days later. He succeeded completely, once again perfecting 3 Immortal Goo Remnant recipes. Using the Stargate, he completed the transaction with the land spirit of Lengia, obtaining 40 Immortal Yuan stones. According to the previous price, perfecting a 90% Immortal Goo Remnant recipe required 10 Immortal Yuan stones. Perfecting an 80% Immortal Goo Remnant recipe required 20 Immortal Yuan stones. Fang Yuan completed 2 Immortal Goo Remnant recipes this time, while one was 89% Immortal Goo Remnant recipes. The Immortal Goo Remnant recipes in the land spirit of Lengia's hands were not all 90% Immortal Goo Remnant recipes, most of them had lower completion rates. Although Fang Yuan obtained a lot of Immortal Yuan stones each time, deducing Immortal Goo Remnant recipes with lower completion rates also expended a lot of green grape immortal essence. All in all, every time he transacted with the land spirit of Lengia, his net profit was around 26 Immortal Yuan stones. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the land spirit Little Hu Immortal sent good news. A Gu Immortal in Treasure Imperial Heaven seemed to have accidentally found the corpse of a 6-headed snake. The corpse had already been sorted and was being sold in Jewel Yellow Skies. Fang Yuan heard this and immediately activated Divine Sense Gu to communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies, using the identity of 8-Arm Immortal to contact the Gu Immortal who was selling the corpse. Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu in his possession required the black blood of the desolate beast 6-headed snake. But after Fang Yuan took a look, he found that this stall had skin, meat, bones, eyeballs, snake tendons, but there was no black blood of the 6-headed snake. When I accidentally found this desolate beast corpse, close to 100 years had passed since the 6-headed snake died. Thus, the snake's black blood had already flowed out. I'm sorry. The Gu Immortal who was selling the corpse replied. Fang Yuan inspected the six-headed snake's corpse and found that the Gu immortal was not lying, it was as he said. But Fang Yuan was not discouraged, he still decided to buy this six-headed snake's corpse. The six-headed snake was a desolate beast with battle strength comparable to a rank 6 Gu immortal, its body was filled with treasures that could be used to refine Gu. Fang Yuan spent a large sum of money, directly buying the entire skeleton, spending 3 immortal yuan stones. The bone marrow was hidden in the skeleton, it could produce blood. Fang Yuan was a blood path expert in his previous life, he was most proficient in extracting blood. With this skeleton, calamity beckoning immortal Gu's food would be settled. After buying the skeleton, Fang Yuan went to immortal monkey King Shirlei's stall in jewel yellow skies. As expected, the divine sense activity here was booming, business was booming, everyone came for the stone monkey's hair, a Gu refinement material. Shirlei did not personally pay attention to jewel yellow skies, he left behind pride to guard it. Wisdom path inheritances were hard to come by, but wisdom path Gu worms were not rare in jewel yellow skies. Almost every Gu immortal had one, it was mainly for the convenience of buying and selling in jewel yellow skies. Otherwise, Fang Yuan would not have been able to buy so many wisdom path Gu worms here back then. How much are you selling this stone monkey hair? Fang Yuan used his divine sense to ask Shirlei's will. Shirlei's will said in a stiff tone, 100 hair for 1 immortal yuan stone. Even though Fang Yuan was experienced and knowledgeable, he was shocked by this price. Why is it so expensive? Shirlei proudly raised his head, if you think it is expensive, you can buy it elsewhere. Fang Yuan snorted inwardly, this stone monkey hair had only been developed by Shirlei. How could he sell it elsewhere? This was the advantage of a monopoly, the price could be set at will. But even with such a high price, many Gu immortals still bought it. Which Gu immortal did not have Gu recipes? Immortal Gu remnant recipes. Maybe they just happened to have 1 or 2, and needed this stone monkey hair as the material. There was also a portion of Gu immortals who had other ideas. They wanted to buy the stone monkey hair to try and research the secret of its production. If their blessed land could produce it, then they would be able to get a share of the huge profits. Don't say I didn't tell you, if you want to research the production of this stone monkey hair. You need to buy at least 1,000 hair. If you don't buy enough, you won't be able to research it. Shirlei proudly knew the Gu immortal's intentions, and directly shouted. He was not worried that the secret of the stone monkey hair's production would be researched by others. Fang Yuan tried to bargain, but Shirlei proudly refused to budge, saying impatiently, go away, go away. Don't cause trouble if you don't want to buy it. There are plenty of people who want to buy it. A pauper. He also wants to buy ancient Gu refinement materials. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Immortal Monkey King Shirlei was a rank 7 Gu immortal, he had a fiery temper and was arrogant, not only did he manage his blessed land well, he also had outstanding battle strength. He thought highly of himself, but he did have the capital to be so. During the 5 regions chaotic war, he dominated an area. Afterwards, Feng Jioge attacked Langya blessed land and died, he had no one to suppress him, and his forces expanded rapidly. Even the 10 great sects of Central Continent could not suppress him. He was arrogant and unruly, unwilling to submit to others. He disrupted Central Continent's order, and even openly declared that he wanted to attack Immortal Court. Fang Yuan was facing a huge battle now, he urgently needed the stone monkey hair to refine group strength Gu, thus, no matter how arrogant Shirlei was, he could only buy the stone monkey hair. Eventually, he spent 5 immortal essence to buy 500 stone monkey hair. With the stone monkey hair in hand, Fang Yuan started to refine group strength Gu. Group strength Gu was extinct long ago, it belonged to the strength path and could gather the strength of a group. If it was combined into the killer move Myriad Self, it would greatly raise Fang Yuan's battle strength. Fang Yuan did not want to refine one rank 5 group strength Gu, but the more the better. At this time, the old hairy men that Fang Yuan bought finally showed their use. These old hairy men could not live for long, but they were all experts in Gu refinement. Fang Yuan broke down the steps of group strength Gu, handing the unimportant steps that had a high success rate but were complicated to them. As a Gu refinement master, he specialized in the crucial steps. After 3 days and 3 nights without rest, Fang Yuan obtained a total of 45 rank 5 group strength Gu. Gu worms were hard to refine. The higher the rank, the easier it was to fail. If he succeeded every time, 500 stone monkey hair would be 500 group strength Gu. But Fang Yuan expended a large number of Gu refinement materials. He used up all the stone monkey hair, and only obtained 45 in the end. This success rate was because the group strength Gu recipe was easy to refine, and had a higher success rate. Of course, Fang Yuan could also use the light of wisdom to improve the group strength Gu recipe, or find a replacement material for the stone monkey hair. But Fang Yuan did not have the time to slowly deduce now. Even if he had the time, he might not have the refinement path foundation. After all, this was an ancient strength path Gu recipe. It was different from the current refinement path system. Even if he had the foundation and time, he had to calculate the expenditure and gains. Don't forget, during the entire deduction process, he needed to expend green grape immortal essence. And he could not estimate the amount of green grape immortal essence. After refining group strength Gu, Fang Yuan did not stop. He used the light of wisdom to think of the killer move myriad self. This took him a day, but he finally perfectly fused the 45 group strength Gu into the killer move myriad self. During the Gu refinement period, Little Hu Immortal completed the construction of the blood pool at the western part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The blood pool was like a huge lake. In the middle of the lake, the 6-headed snake skeleton was floating. The pungent smell of blood spread for 100 li. In the pool, there were large numbers of Gu worms, forming a Gu formation to continuously expend the skeleton to create black blood. The core of the Gu formation was the rank 5 battle bone wool Gu that Fang Yuan obtained from northern plains. Hu Immortal Blessed Land's time flow was 5 times slower than the outside world of Central Continent. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan could prepare as much as he could with only 5 to 6 days left in northern plains. As time passed, the day of He Lolan's tribulation approached. Tai Bai Yunsheng returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land through the Stargate. Chapter 689. Underworld Jellyfish, Deep-Sea Lightning Eels. You actually collected all of these ingredients? Fang Yuan inspected them and looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng in astonishment. Tai Bai Yunsheng, with his own strength, had actually obtained the food of the worldly wave trace Gu without anyone noticing. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. After I displayed landscape as before Immortal Gu, I was welcomed by many Gu Immortals. They took the initiative to befriend me, and there are already Gu Immortals inviting me to join Hai Shi Blessed Land. But this matter can only be approved by more than half of the elders in Hai Shi Blessed Land. Tai Bai Yunsheng said. Fang Yuan nodded. Hai Shi Blessed Land was the #1 lone cultivator force in Eastern Sea. The Gu cultivators who joined Hai Shi Blessed Land were mostly lone cultivators, but it was different from Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was the headquarters of the demonic path, and was in opposition to the righteous path forces. Meanwhile, Hai Shi Blessed Land was a mix of righteous and demonic. It had more Gu Immortals than Snowy Mountain. There were many factions, and they jointly controlled the largest market in Eastern Sea. Precisely because of this, Hai Shi Blessed Land became the best place for Gu Immortals to dispose of stolen goods. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a lone cultivator, and most importantly, he had landscape as before Immortal Gu, which many Gu Immortals needed. But Gu worms were hard to snatch, and Tai Bai Yunsheng could self-destruct landscape as before with just a thought. It was completely understandable that Gu Immortals wanted to recruit Tai Bai Yunsheng as one of their own. Tai Bai Yunsheng continued, I bought a sufficient amount of underworld jellyfish in Hai Shi Blessed Land. After receiving Junior Brother's letter, I left Haishur blessed land and prepared to find a secluded island to use Stargate goo. Coincidentally, I met an immortal zombie on the way. He called himself Shark Demon. He was a member of Zombie Alliance and was bringing a large amount of goods to Haishur blessed land to sell. He had a large amount of deep-sea lightning eels. If these eels reached Haishur blessed land, there would definitely be many buyers. I stopped him and wanted to buy them in advance. Shark Demon was unwilling at first. However, after knowing that I was Tai Bai Yunsheng, he immediately changed his mind. He was willing to sell all the deep-sea lightning eels to me, but he wanted me to help him repair a secret blessed land. So I agreed, and without wasting any Xian Yuan stone, I managed to get this deep-sea lightning eel. This Shark Demon actually trusts you that much? Fang Yuan frowned. Tai Bai Yunsheng chuckled. He said lightly, "Oh, he has a rule path immortal goo, it is called Death Date is coming." I took the initiative to cooperate and accepted the exposure of death is coming in exchange for his trust. Death Date awaits. This is a rank 7 immortal goo, it is a rule path goo worm that can determine the time of death of others. Once death arrives, even goo immortals will die. Fang Yuan's frown deepened. Not bad. This Shark Demon is a rank 7 immortal zombie. Tai Bai Yunsheng chuckled. Old Bai, you are giving him a weakness. Actually, even without food to feed the immortal goo, it is not a problem for now. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng, sighing. Tai Bai Yunsheng laughed heartily, patting Fang Yuan's thigh. He could not reach Fang Yuan's shoulder. He purposely explained, "You think I am doing this for you? That's not it. That's secret blessed land. It is not owned by Shark Demon, but Yulu blessed land. Fairy Yulu is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's second disciple. Unfortunately, Yulu blessed land's entrance is already destroyed. Shark Demon needs my landscape as before to repair the entrance. By gaining his trust, I will be able to obtain the qualifications to explore Yulu blessed land." Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng deeply, not continuing on this topic. 2 days later, the 6-headed snake skeleton in the blood pool melted. Fang Yuan obtained a large amount of black blood. He used this black blood to feed Calamity Beckoning immortal goo. Then he used the jellyfish and eels that Tai Bai Yunsheng brought back to feed Worldly Wave Trace immortal goo. Tai Bai Yunsheng had indeed helped Fang Yuan greatly. In an intense battle, Worldly Wave Trace immortal goo was indispensable. After Fang Yuan fed this goo, he no longer had to worry about it. He checked his assets. Fang Yuan had 29.5 immortal yuan stone. 17 green grape immortal essence. Without any hesitation, he used almost all the immortal yuan stone he had. He refined them all into green grape immortal essence, obtaining 46 green grape immortal essence beads. Only half space immortal yuan stone was left. 46, it is still not enough. Fang Yuan borrowed from Fairy Li Shan and Land Spirit of Langia. Fairy Li Shan lent Fang Yuan 30 immortal yuan stone without saying a word. Land Spirit of Langia, on the other hand, took a long time to persuade him, and finally obtained 15. He had made 3 transactions with Land Spirit of Langia, but their relationship was not deep enough. Fang Yuan had wanted to borrow immortal goo, but seeing this situation, he no longer fantasized. He refined the 45 immortal yuan stone into green grape immortal essence. This way, his green grape immortal essence reached an unprecedented number of 91. The power of the river of time could not be stopped by anyone. Time passed, it was finally the day of He Lolan's immortal ascension. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng went through the Stargate according to the agreement, arriving in northern plains. Looking around, all he could see was the spread of frost and silence. In the world of ice and snow, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were already waiting. This is... Fang Yuan's gaze was hesitant. Tai Bai Yunsheng had already answered, this is the extreme ice battlefield at the north of northern plains. Legends say that reckless savage demon Venerable fought a strong enemy here, destroying this place and turning it into nothingness. After the battle ended, he turned into the immemorial desolate beast Ice Phoenix and spat out extreme frost profound ice, freezing this place again. That's right. Fairy Li Shan nodded. Thus, this place has little life force, and the heaven and earth chi is not as dense as normal places. Fang Yuan looked at He Lulan and chuckled. You purposely chose this place to undergo tribulation. Were you worried that the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would be too fierce? However, the lack of heaven and earth chi will affect the foundation of your immortal aperture blessed land, and your potential to advance to Gu Immortal in the future. Fairy Li Shan opened her palm, and a handful of goo worms appeared in her palm. If there is not enough heaven and earth chi, we will use these goo worms. Fang Yuan looked over and his heart jumped. Oh. It is actually an ancient chi path rank 5 goo, small family chi goo. This is the first time I have seen it. Legends say that this goo worm can absorb all kinds of chi in heaven and earth and store them. If it advances further, it would be the immortal Gu Great Family Chi. The Chi Dao appeared earlier than the Strength Dao, and also declined earlier. Fairy Li Shan was about to explain, but to think that Fang Yuan actually knew about it, she could not help but praise. Fang Yuan, you are very knowledgeable, not bad, not bad. Tai Bai Yunsheng heard this and his eyes brightened. This Gu worm is good. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities are formed when the heaven and earth chi is too dense. With this Gu worm, can't we indirectly control the heaven and earth chi, and influence the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities? During the 10 extreme immortal ascension, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities are very terrifying. Sigh, if not for this small family chi gu, I would not have the confidence to let little Lan advance to Gu Immortal Realm. Fairy Li Shan sighed, looking at He Lulan with a gaze full of worry. Shortly after, she turned her gaze towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, if He Lulan passes the tribulation successfully, you will only need to return half of the immortal Yuan stone I borrowed from you, and I will also give you the recipe of the small family Chi Gu. Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyes shone with joy, while Fang Yuan nodded expressionlessly. What I am worried about now, other than the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, there is also that old ghost He Cheng. The last time I went out to northern plains, that old ghost immediately found me. Evidently, he left a tracking method on me, but I could not find him no matter how hard I tried. After pausing for a moment, He Lulan continued, we need to plan for the worst. He Cheng's tracking method is not simple. If he attacks at the crucial moment, the possibility of me diverting my attention to deal with him is very small. But if I can endure the Qi intake step, my body will be cleansed by the 3 Qi, strengthened by the Dao Seal, cleansed and purified, even He Cheng's immortal tracking method will be cleanly removed. As long as we pass the second stage, we can directly leave. I understand, go ahead. Fang Yuan said. He Lulan nodded, slowly closing her eyes. The first step of immortal ascension, shattering the aperture. The 10 extreme aperture was different from ordinary apertures. The latter required the Gu master to continuously use primeval essence to attack the aperture walls, while the 10 extreme aperture walls were already unable to endure it. He Lulan undid the seal of the Gu worms on her aperture, and the 10 extreme aperture shattered on its own. Her originally flawless body now had a hole, and a huge suction force towards the heaven and earth chi suddenly erupted. Clouds started to form in the originally blue sky. The icy plain under her feet slightly shook, and cracks started to appear on the thick ice surface. He Lulan relaxed her body, allowing the formless force to form between heaven and earth to lift her delicate body up into the air. Her skin was as white as snow, her black hair casually drooped down, and she wore a black warrior robe, making her body look even more graceful and graceful. The wind started to blow. In just a dozen breaths of time, the wind became fiercer. From a small breeze, it turned into a fierce gale. The clouds in the sky connected into a huge patch, covering the entire sky above He Lulan's head. On the cracked ice layer, there were many cracks, from which smoke and dust rose. This was the sign of earth chi being drawn out from the depths of the ice layer. Soon, snow started to fall from the sky. The cloud layer became thicker, and the color changed from gray-white to dark black. Everything within 1,000 li was dark and gloomy. The wind howled, causing bone-chilling ice and frost to fill the entire world. At the same time, earth chi erupted, and with puffing sounds, the earth chi spread out like a fountain. Tai Bai Yunxing and Fairy Li Shan retreated, concealing their figures. Only Fang Yuan was left standing on the spot, looking up at the sky. His tall body was like an unchanging stone statue, even the fierce wind and snow could not move him at all. This was the ordinary wind and snow. No matter how big it was, it could not pose any threat to an immortal zombie like Fang Yuan. Snow covered the sky and covered the earth. The intense wind continued to howl, becoming louder and louder, like the cries of ghosts and deities. As expected of the tribulation of one of the 10 extreme physiques, the heaven and earth chi here is so thin, but it can still attract so much of it. If this were in other parts of northern plains, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tai Bai Yunxing was hiding far away, his figure could not be seen, but seeing this situation, he could not help but feel shocked. In the wind and snow, the heaven and earth chi became denser. He Lulan started to sprinkle small family chi goo. Chapter 690. With small family chi goo, I have a way to influence heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations. Fang Yuan observed quietly at the side. The wind howled, the snow swept, and the hail that was as hard as iron continuously smashed onto Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan did not move at all, his immortal zombie body did not suffer any damage. Bang bang bang, He Lulan continued to throw out small family chi goo. When these ancient chi path goo worms reached their limit in absorbing heaven and earth chi, she immediately retrieved them. During this process, many small family chi goo self-detonated, the absorbed heaven and earth chi returned to heaven and earth. When a goo master becomes a goo immortal, heaven and earth chi will fluctuate intensely, be it mortal goo or immortal goo, they will suffer backlash. Even though He Lulan had prepared small family chi goo, it could only affect the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity slightly, it could not control it. As time passed, it was inevitable that the chi of heaven and earth would become denser and denser, reaching the point where the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would occur. In the howling wind, He Lulan's black hair danced in the wind. The ends of her hair and the snow slapped against her face. Clothes made from goo worms were much more durable than ordinary clothes. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, but they were still tenacious. Fang Yuan secretly felt strange. Why haven't there been any natural disasters and earthly calamities at this time? His eyes shone with a strange light as he activated his goo worm to observe carefully. Even the snow and wind could not obstruct his vision. Fang Yuan was extremely vigilant. There were many types of heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations. Some were grand and powerful, some were strange and terrifying. No one knew what would happen. Goo masters could only rely on their luck and prepare as much as they could. Counter every move. Woo woo woo, and the sound of the wind grew sharper and sharper, almost piercing his eardrums. Fang Yuan felt annoyed and irritated as he listened. Suddenly, he was jolted awake, forcefully activating the investigative goo and looking into the clouds. Suddenly, a violet-colored chime took shape. It rotated slowly, emitting a humming sound. As it turned out, the natural disaster had already quietly formed. The whimpering grew louder and sharper. Mixed with the wind, it spread for hundreds of miles. Even if Fang Yuan covered his ears, he couldn't block out the sound. Even though he had prepared some sound path mortal goo. But his sound path attainment was extremely low, he could not effectively defend against it. His heart was beating rapidly along with the sharp whistling sound, and all the blood in his body began to flow in reverse. The other side. He Lulan grunted. His mouth and nose were bleeding, and his condition was even worse than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan squinted as cold light flashed in his eyes. This is a heart-shocking sound tribulation. Once a Gu master hears it, their blood will flow backwards and their heart will beat faster. Over time, the blood would rush to the 7 apertures. The heart exploded. I have the body of an immortal zombie, my corpse blood is cold. It hardly flowed, so it was less affected. However, He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique, so her qi and blood were the most vigorous. Thus, she was restrained by the shocking sound tribulation. We must destroy the source of the sound tribulation, the purple chime. When he thought up to here, Fang Yuan didn't hesitate any longer. He activated his light illusion bat wings and soared into the sky. The closer he got to the purple chime, the more shocked he became. When he was 300 steps away from the tribulation cloud, his heart was beating at an extreme speed, even the muscles in his body were twitching. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's body froze, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of green zombie blood. Just now, his heart could not take it anymore and exploded. But Fang Yuan was an immortal zombie, his heart was no longer his weakness, such an injury instead aroused his ferocious nature. He laughed strangely, raising his 8 arms and activating a killer move. Icy drill stardust. 8 starlight lumps quickly formed and shot towards the tribulation cloud. They drilled into the tribulation cloud and hit the purple chime. The chime was not sturdy, it shattered instantly. The heart-shocking demonic sound stopped, and Fang Yuan's pressure was lifted. But at the next moment, the tribulation cloud rumbled, heaven and earth gathered, and a purple chime was about to form again. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with cold light. How could a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity be destroyed so easily? This change was not out of his expectations. Icy drill stardust. He gathered his 8 arms and activated an offensive killer move again, creating a huge icy drill stardust lump. Within the deep blue starlight, stardust sparkled like diamonds, colliding with each other. Fang Yuan gave a light shout, his 8 arms pushed the starlight lumps deep into the tribulation cloud. The larger the starlight lumps, the slower their speed. But after destroying the purple chime that formed again, a large number of starlight lumps remained at the spot, emitting cracking sounds as they self-detonated. Heaven and earth gathered, forming the purple chime, but they were instantly destroyed by the starlight lumps. The starlight lumps melted at a visible speed, but the heart-shocking demonic sound did not enter Fang Yuan's ears again. Fang Yuan successfully suppressed the heavenly tribulation, but he did not let his guard down. How could it be so easy for a 10 extreme physique to advance to Gu Immortal? He continued to use Icy Drill Stardust. Although this killer move was a mortal killer move, it had extraordinary power, and after fusing with Do Min Jun's inheritance, it was worth 4 immortal Yuan stones. The Icy Drill Stardust was continuously replenished, and the purple chime was constantly being destroyed. Fang Yuan took some time to look down at He Lulan. The latter's breathing stabilized again, her eyes were still shut. Her expression was resolute as she sat cross-legged in the air, unmoving. On her fair and beautiful face, there were traces of dried blood. But the great strength true martial physique's recovery speed was astonishing. It could be said to be number 1 among the 10 extreme physiques. He Lulan's injuries had already healed completely. Her hands moved continuously, scattering small family Qi Gu with one hand and retrieving them with the other. She had clearly changed her battle strategy, scattering small family Qi Gu on the ground and rarely flying into the sky. From this, it could be inferred that there were not many small family Qi Gu. After all, they were ancient Qi Path Gu worms. Even with the Gu recipe, the Gu refinement materials were very hard to find. Even though He Lulan had prepared for a long time, she did not have many left. Fang Yuan had just retracted his gaze, when at this moment, he heard a sobbing sound. The sound was mournful and pitiful, like the crying of a resentful woman in the palace, or the murmur of a young girl thinking of her lover in her dreams. The voice was suppressed, full of tenderness, but also resentment. When Fang Yuan heard this sound, even with his immortal zombie body, he felt waves of weakness. It was as if he could not exert any strength, he was a hero who was short of breath. He fell into an endless land of tenderness, his lofty ambitions could not be fully unleashed. His sturdy fists and legs felt like they were stuck in cotton. It was like he had just recovered from a serious illness, he felt weak and powerless. Fang Yuan cursed inwardly, he activated investigative goo and looked up, seeing that not far away from the purple chime, there was a pink chime. The chime continued to vibrate, emitting a sobbing sound. This was decadent sound tribulation. Before Fang Yuan could activate his killer move. After breaking the pink chime, a demonic sound pierced his ears. Dong dong dong. The sound was like thunder, it was like a giant beating a drum. Every sound seemed to strike the depths of Fang Yuan's mind. In Fang Yuan's mind, his thoughts could not circulate, they were shattered by the thunderous sounds. Thought tremor sound tribulation. Immortal zombies had rigid thoughts to begin with. This heavenly tribulation countered Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt an intense dizziness. He was unable to think, his body shook intensely, he almost fell from the sky. At the moment of danger, he activated delight in water and mountain goo with just a trace of clarity. 3 beads of green grape immortal essence were poured into delight in water and mountain goo, the majestic joyful will gushed out and spread throughout Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan had just stabilized his body. Swoosh! Suddenly, a sharp sound entered his ears. It was rapidly approaching. Fang Yuan subconsciously stretched out his hand to block it. At the next moment, his 5 fingers were directly cut off, the 5 fingers were engulfed by the wind and snow, vanishing in the boundless snow. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the sharp sound did not stop, it approached Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, he focused his gaze and used 3 investigative methods. Finally, he could vaguely see transparent threads mixed in the snow, they were extraordinarily sharp, they formed a huge net that enveloped Fang Yuan from all directions. These transparent threads were not tangible, they were formed from sound. Fang Yuan's hairs stood on end, this is flying blade sound tribulation. Hair armor. Light illusion bat wings. He activated a defensive killer move, before activating a movement killer move. Fang Yuan continued to move, the black armor broke into pieces, after leaving the hair armor, the pieces turned into black zombie hair. Fang Yuan moved left and right, he finally found a gap and broke through the sound net. But the transparent threads continued to attack him. The hair armor lasted for another 3 breaths of time before it reached its limit, shattering loudly. Fang Yuan snorted, he quickly activated a defensive killer move, forming a new hair armor that barely covered his body. He dodged left and right, his body was like a phantom, at the same time, icy drill stardust rained down on him. When the stardust came into contact with the sound net, it was completely intercepted and cut into pieces. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Yuan's fingers quickly grew back, and his shattered heart also formed back together. Howl howl howl, without the stardust to replenish him, the first purple chime finally grew out. Ghostly cries resounded again, Fang Yuan's blood flowed in reverse, his heart that had just recovered started to beat wildly again, heading towards self-detonation. Fang Yuan's gaze was solemn. Be it icy drill stardust, light illusion bat wings, or hair armor, they were all activated to their limits, but they could not resist this danger. This was only He Lolan's heavenly tribulation, the earthly calamity had not completely formed because of the small family Qigu's suppression. In Fang Yuan's mind, a huge amount of joyful will was expended, in just a short period of time, 1/10 of it had already been expended. My current battle strength is already at upper tier rank 6, but I can't do anything to this heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity of the 10 extreme physiques are truly terrifying, it is several times that of ordinary Gu immortals. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's expression changed, his heart sank. He found that in the depths of this tribulation cloud, there were 4 chimes of different colors, slowly forming. Earlier, The 4 chimes had already made Fang Yuan tired of dealing with them. Now that there were 4 more, Fang Yuan could only use the immortal killer move Miri itself. Tai Bai Yunsheng was speechless as he watched from the dark. It seems that the difficulty of the 10 extreme physiques is not just several times, it is at least 10 times that of ordinary Gu masters. He had thought that his tribulation was already very difficult. To think that He Lulan's difficulty was even higher than his, by a lot. Oh no, this is not an ordinary heavenly tribulation, it is one of the 10 great catastrophes, the 8-layered demonic sound tribulation. 8 sounds are emitted at the same time, they can spread over 880 li, shaking heaven and earth and killing gods and immortals. Far away, Fairy Li Shan, who had been hiding, also saw the 8 chimes and recognized them, she almost wanted to help them. 8-layered demonic sound tribulation, if all 8 sounds are emitted at the same time, the power will be overwhelming, this tribulation will fail prematurely, there is no hope of success. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold, the more difficult the situation was, the more his battle intent surged. Crack crack crack. Throughout the process, the mortal goo he used were exploding continuously. The backlash of heaven and earth caused him to lose a large number of mortal goo. But Fang Yuan had made ample preparations, he had more than enough spare goo worms, his killer moves never stopped. Chapter 691. From He Lulan's eyes, a dazzling light burst out. The light condensed into a solid pillar of light that pierced through the tribulation clouds and shot towards the 2 chimes. With a loud sound, the chimes shattered and vanished, unable to be formed again. The pillar of light flashed as He Lulan closed her eyes. The entire process was extremely short, it only lasted for a breath of time. This was the light of divert disaster. He Lulan used immortal goo divert disaster. The power of an immortal goo was truly extraordinary, it was a clear contrast to Fang Yuan's mortal killer move, icy drill stardust. He Lulan calmed down for a while before opening her eyes. 2 beams of light shot out in a flash, extinguishing 2 more chimes. Fang Yuan was shocked. Such power is not a simple use of divert disaster immortal goo, it is a combination of mortal goo. Through the attack of her gaze, the light of divert disaster is more solid and precise. In other words, this is an immortal killer move that He Lulan has already developed, using divert disaster immortal goo as the core. He Lulan was extremely talented, not long after obtaining divert disaster goo, she had already developed an immortal killer move. This made Fang Yuan feel incredulous, but the facts in front of him spoke louder than words. At this time, He Lulan opened her eyes again and destroyed 2 chimes. But this time, when she closed her eyes, 2 streams of blood flowed out from the corners of her eyes. Her eyelashes trembled as her body shook. In her hand, the divert disaster goo that she was holding had cracks on it, it was emitting a faint sound. This immortal killer move that was developed in a hurry was not complete, it had a strong weakness. 2 chimes left. He Lulan did not care about anything else, she gritted her teeth. She forcefully opened her eyes again and destroyed the final 2 chimes of the heavenly calamity. Guh. Her beautiful eyes shattered at this moment, 2 streams of blood flowed out. Blood gushed out from her empty eye sockets. With a loud sound, divert disaster immortal goo in her hand also exploded, the fragments turned into specks of light that leaked out from the gaps of her fingers before vanishing completely. He Lulan was completely blinded. Although she had the great strength true martial physique and her recovery ability was astonishing, she was unable to withstand it. But his eyeball was injured, he forcefully used immortal goo divert disaster. Luck path Dao marks remained in her eye sockets, preventing her from recovering. The rank 6 divert disaster immortal goo was also destroyed. It became a masterpiece. He Lulan was extremely resolute, she had the heart of an ambitious person, she paid a huge price to eliminate the heavenly calamity. Now, only the earth tribulation was left. At this moment, Fang Yuan couldn't help but praise in his heart, decisive. When the 10 absolutes ascended to immortality, the heavenly tribulations and earthly disasters were extremely terrifying. What was worse was that there might be powerful enemies who would disturb them. The huge pressure of survival forced He Lulan to give up divert disaster immortal goo, as well as her eyeballs. This was a decision that ordinary people would find hard to make. This kind of abandonment allowed He Lulan's ambitious and ruthless heart to be completely displayed. The sky hung down like a clear waterfall. Earth chi surged upward. It was like a golden fountain. The deep foundation that He Lulan had turned into a huge wave of human chi. Suddenly, it exploded. This is the human chi of one of the 10 extreme physiques. Tai Bai Yunsheng was dumbfounded as he watched from afar. He Lulan's human chi was several times that of Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng's combined human chi. The human chi of one of the 10 extreme physiques was extremely abundant. The main reason for this was the 10 extreme apertures. Even though they were mentally prepared, the spectators were still shocked. The 3 chi were separated, forming a huge chi cocoon that enveloped He Lulan. At this point, she entered the second stage, taking in chi. He Lulan focused on balancing the 3 chi. She recalled the small family chi goo. She could not fight the enemy for the time being. Crack crack, the glacier cracked, heaven and earth shook. Right at this time, a thunderous roar resounded. A huge violent ape jumped out of the glacier. With a loud sound, the violent ape landed on the ground, creating 2 deep pits. The edges of the pits were covered in ice shards. The violent ape patted its chest, raising its head and roaring. Its voice was so loud that even the rumbling tribulation clouds froze. Its body was white as snow, its eyes were red like blood, its fur were like icicles that pierced towards the sky. It was hundreds of feet tall, as large as a mountain. It had an overwhelming aura and was extremely ferocious. Compared to it, Fang Yuan was like a tiny beetle in front of a cat. The earthly tribulation has appeared. It is actually an ancient desolate beast tribulation. This is an earthly tribulation that only rank 7 Gu immortals can face. Tai Bai Yunqing's heart sank. Fairy Li Shan's mind was echoing with a name, Icefall Divine Ape. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. The Icefall Divine Ape's huge shadow was cast down. This was rank 7 battle strength. If it still had immortal goo on it, it would be even worse. It would be even more difficult to fight against it. He Lulan was focused on balancing the 3 chi. He Cheng had not appeared. Fairy Li Shan and Tai Bai Yunsheng were hiding far away. The situation was extremely dangerous. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a fierce light. He patted his chest, activating his trump card in advance. Immortal killer move, Myriad Self. Fist chi burst out. It was vast and majestic, like a gushing river or a raging sea. In a few breaths of time, over 10,000 Fang Yuan strength path phantoms appeared, surrounding Fang Yuan's main body from all directions. In the sky and on the ground, they formed into a spherical formation. To prevent the battle from getting too intense and not having enough time, Fang Yuan had activated the immortal killer move Myriad Self many times before coming to Northern Plains. The strength path phantoms were stored in his immortal aperture. The strength path phantoms could be maintained for some time. They were not living beings. They were not affected by the death energy in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan released a portion at this moment. He immediately regained his momentum. The Icefall Divine Ape had been itching to attack, but seeing the army of strength path phantoms hovering in the sky, it immediately opened its mouth, revealing its sharp fangs. Its muscles tensed up, and it chose to confront them. Wind and snow howled. Fang Yuan's expression was cold. His body was like a rock as he pointed at the Icefall Divine Ape. Immediately, the 3 armies moved together. Battle cries resounded in the sky. An army of tens of thousands of strength path phantoms surged towards the Icefall Divine Ape like a tidal wave. Such power! Tai Bai Yunqing's mind was shaken. This was not the first time he had seen the killer move Myriad Self, back in Langya Blessed Land. He had seen it once when Fang Yuan was beating up the desolate beast swamp crab. But back then, Fang Yuan had only expended one bead of green grape immortal essence. 10,000 phantoms shot out. Yet now, an army of tens of thousands had charged over in unison. As the might of the army spread out, it naturally carried a vast aura that covered the heavens and the earth. The army charged towards the Icefall Divine Ape, splitting into 4 groups along the way. One went to the left, one went to the right. One went to the left, one went to the right. The Icefall Divine Ape became ferocious, it advanced instead of retreating. It charged forward. Fang Yuan's Strength Path Phantom Army moved like an extension of his body, under his will, they spread out with a loud rumble. It was like a huge net. It trapped the Icefall Divine Ape. Kill! Kill! The Strength Path Phantoms roared, they were like ants as they attacked the Icefall Divine Ape. The Icefall Divine Ape charged left and right, destroying countless Strength Path Phantoms, but it could not break through Fang Yuan's army's blockade. There is actually such a powerful killer move in this world. Together with his Enslavement Path Master attainment, no wonder little Lan values Fang Yuan so much. Seeing this, Fairy Li Shan was overjoyed. Strength Path Phantoms flew out. They continued to fly out of his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan had over 100,000 troops in his immortal aperture, but only 80,000 came out. These Strength Path Phantoms. The most ordinary ones had 2 arms, followed by 4 and 6. The more arms they had, the stronger their battle strength. The Icefall Divine Ape roared angrily, it fought fiercely, its huge body and monstrous strength, as well as the icicles all over its body, caused injuries to the Strength Path Phantoms. If they touched them, they would die. But when the fist chi dissipated, a portion of it would be expended, while the remaining portion would condense into Strength Path Phantoms again. This change greatly slowed the rate at which Fang Yuan's army was being expended. During this process, the joyful will in Fang Yuan's mind was being expended rapidly. Commanding an army of tens of thousands, the joyful will expenditure was terrifying. In just a few dozen breaths of time, Fang Yuan had already used delight in water and mountain immortal goo close to 10 times. Strange, this Icefall Divine Ape is an ancient desolate beast, but it has no immortal goo, it does not even have a single mortal goo. Where did this earthly calamity come from? Fang Yuan could see the Icefall Divine Ape's weakness, it did not have an immortal goo or even a mortal goo, this ancient desolate beast's threat was greatly reduced. In that case, it is time to get rid of you. Fang Yuan's lips curled, a fierce light shined in his eyes. He personally went up, pouncing. Light illusion bat wings flickered on his back, Fang Yuan's speed rose sharply, he was like a meteor. Along the way, sonic booms could be heard, in a few breaths of time, he crossed a huge distance, like a demon god descending, he arrived above the Icefall Divine Ape's head. Come, group strength boost. Fang Yuan screamed in his mind. Immediately, the 45 group strength goo in his immortal aperture activated at the same time. Group strength goo had already been incorporated into Fang Yuan's myriad self system, now that it was activated, myriad self underwent a new change. Hundreds of Strength Path Phantoms dissipated, their strength was gathered on Fang Yuan's body under the effect of group strength goo. Fang Yuan raised his right arm, smashing it down on the Icefall Divine Ape's head. There was a loud bang. His entire forearm smashed on the Divine Ape's head with unparalleled force. The huge rebound caused Fang Yuan's forearm to explode, his bones broke into pieces, his flesh and blood turned into powder. And on the Icefall Divine Ape's head, there was a huge hole. Soon, cracks spread out from the hole, affecting the ape's entire head. The Icefall Divine Ape's head exploded. Seeing this scene, be it Fairy Li Shan or Tai Bai Yun Sheng, both of them were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. Even Fang Yuan was shocked. What happened? The entire ape's head exploded? Impossible, this is an ancient desolate beast. Myriad Self was perfected by him, he was the one who added group strength goo, he was clear of the amplification of group strength. At most, the Icefall Divine Ape's head would bleed, but the ape's head would not explode. Be careful. Right at this time, Tai Bai Yunsheng could not help but appear, warning loudly. Fang Yuan turned around, his pupils shrunk. Without Fang Yuan noticing, the Icefall Divine Ape's fist had silently approached, like a venomous snake, it smashed down at lightning speed. Chapter 692. With a loud bang, Fang Yuan was like a fly that was swatted away, flying back. He flew through the air like lightning, before smashing onto the hard ice. Rumble. Ice shards splashed, the enormous force caused Fang Yuan to shoot through the ice layer like a cannonball, only stopping after a few thousand steps of distance. Fang Yuan was heavily injured, lying on the ice, even with his immortal zombie body, he could not move. His body was like a tattered sack, green corpse blood flowed out, he was covered in wounds, his bones were broken, some were embedded in his flesh, some were protruding out of his body. 8 arms, only 3 were left. A severed arm fell on the ice path not far from Fang Yuan. This long ice path was created by Fang Yuan using his own body. Cough cough cough. Fang Yuan kept coughing, his eyes were wide open as he looked in disbelief. The Icefall Divine Ape that had lost its head was still standing upright. What the hell is this? According to common sense, even if it was an ancient desolate beast, it would immediately collapse after its head was smashed. But this Icefall Divine Ape not only did not fall, it even gave Fang Yuan a powerful counterattack. Fang Yuan thought back to that huge punch earlier. According to common sense, such a huge force should have created a sonic boom. However, the entire process was completely silent. This was not something an Icefall Divine Ape could do. Because there were no signs of goo worms on its body. Fang Yuan tried to move his body, his immortal zombie body shook, but he was still lying on the ice, his efforts were in vain. But Fang Yuan could feel it. His body was rapidly recovering. Zombies used death energy to replace life energy. As long as they were not instantly destroyed, they would be filled with death energy. He would always recover at a strange and fast speed. Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunsheng flew over. At the same time, rays of black light shot out from his hands and landed on Fang Yuan. These pitch-black lights were specially prepared for Fang Yuan by Tai Bai Yunsheng, they were not ordinary healing goo worms. Ordinary healing goo worms. It brought life force and stimulated life force, but it was useless against an immortal zombie like Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan wanted to strengthen the aura of death. The stronger the death chi, the faster his recovery speed. Therefore, zombies were also known as the living dead. With the help of Tai Bai Yunsheng, Fang Yuan's recovery speed soared. Very good. Fang Yuan grinned. Soon, he regained his mobility. He stood up from the ice. With a bang, the Icefall Divine Ape suddenly underwent a shocking transformation, and it self-detonated. After the explosion, a large group of Pegasi took the place of the Icefall Divine Apes. These Pegasi were definitely not ordinary, they were not the current winged Pegasi. They were larger, 2 to 3 times the size of the winged Pegasi. On their backs, there were at least 2 pairs of wings. Some even had as many as 3 pairs. These were ancient Pegasi, the more wings they had, the stronger their battle strength. 4 winged Pegasi were beast emperors. 6 winged Pegasi were desolate beasts. In the current 5 regions, ancient Pegasi were already extinct. And right now, most of these Pegasi were 4 winged Pegasi, there were even a few with 6 wings. The Pegasi group roared as they collided with Fang Yuan's Strength Path Phantom Army. As the battle unfolded, Fang Yuan's Strength Path Phantom Army was forced to retreat, suffering heavy casualties. This is not a beast calamity. What in the world is this? Tai Bai Yunsheng flew rapidly towards Fang Yuan, and seeing this, he could not help but stare with wide-opened eyes. The ancient Pegasi group and the Strength Path Phantom Army fought each other, creating a chaotic situation. Fang Yuan was at a great disadvantage. Because the originally loose formation of the Strength Path Phantom Army was to deal with giant beasts like the Icefall Divine Ape. Now that it was the United Pegasi Group, because their forces were scattered, the Pegasi Group could easily cut through them. Even though the Strength Path Phantom Army cooperated well with each other and formed small battle formations, they still lost more than they won, suffering heavy casualties. The massacre continued, and there were no corpses. The Strength Path Phantom Army was formed from fist force, so it was fine. The key was that the Pegasi group did not have physical bodies. After killing them, they turned into nothingness. Don't tell me. Fang Yuan's crimson eyes suddenly shone with a bright light. He racked his brains, searching for answers in his memories, and finally, a thought flashed in his mind, making him think of an indistinct possibility. This possibility made him turn back to look at He Lulan. He did not see He Lulan. He Lulan was wrapped in a huge three-colored ball of air, and she was nowhere to be seen. As long as she digested this three-colored ball of air, her potential after becoming an immortal would definitely be extremely deep, and her future would be bright. Fang Yuan turned back to face the Pegasi group. His eyes narrowed into slits, he smiled and waved his hand behind him. At the same time, he sent a message to stop Tai Bai Yunsheng who was rushing over. Old Bai, retreat to the side, help me control the formation. Then, he gritted his teeth and charged forward again. He actually charged all the way, charging into the chaotic battle between the Pegasi group and the Strength Path Phantom Army. Immediately, countless ancient Pegasi swarmed over, charging towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt like he had poked a hornet's nest. He activated his hair armor, raising his arms to protect his head. After identifying his target, he suddenly shouted and pounced forward, forcefully pressing an injured four-winged Pegasi from the sky to the ground. With a bang, the man and the Pegasi fell heavily to the ground, the ice surface shattered, and a deep pit was formed. Fang Yuan's body was covered in wounds, many of his bones were fractured, and his flesh was torn. His body that had just been repaired was shattered again. When he charged into the chaotic battle and pressed down a four-winged Pegasi, he was attacked by countless Pegasi. These Pegasi naturally would not let him go. A large number of Pegasi gathered into a white stream, charging down from the sky. Their target was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used all his strength to suppress the struggling four-winged Pegasi below him. On the other hand, his will was surging like boiling water in his mind, it was being consumed intensely. In the sky, two Strength Path Phantoms coordinated with each other, cutting the charging Pegasi group in half like a pair of giant scissors. At the same time, inside Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, a large number of Strength Path Phantoms appeared and quickly spread, forming a circular formation above Fang Yuan's head. They disregarded the sacrifices and defended against the Pegasi group's attack. The four-winged Pegasi below Fang Yuan was not obedient, it neighed and struggled intensely. The immense strength was shocking. Even Fang Yuan, an 8-armed immortal zombie, a Strength Path Gu immortal, could not hold back. Time was pressing. There was no time to lose. Fang Yuan raised his fist and smashed down, immediately destroying the Pegasi's head. But the headless Pegasi continued to struggle, as if it was not affected at all. Fang Yuan punched with his 8 arms, punches landed on the Pegasi's body. On the thick ice surface underground. It could not hold on. It shattered into pieces. Ordinary four-winged Pegasi were equivalent to beast emperors, they had rank 5 battle strength. But against Fang Yuan's ferocious might, even a powerful wild Gu would be smashed into meat paste. This strange four-winged Pegasi did not have any Gu worms on it, it dissipated after being smashed by Fang Yuan. No fur, bones, or blood was left behind. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. His eyes opened wide. Following the destruction of the four-winged Pegasi, a formless will entered his mind, his eyes were filled with shock and joy. At once, he half knelt on the broken ice surface, his movements paused like a statue, he ignored the attacks above him, as if he was in a nightmare. Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunsheng saw this and was extremely worried, he flew over again. Come back, don't disturb him. To him, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Fairy Li Shan suddenly transmitted. Tai Bai Yunsheng squinted his eyes, replying angrily, it seems you know what this tribulation is. Fairy Li Shan. We are allies, we are here to protect He Lu Lan during her tribulation. You have been deceiving us all along. What are your intentions? This is not deceiving, don't forget the Snowy Mountain Alliance, if I had deceived you, I would have died long ago. This was only a guess, it has been verified now. Fairy Li Shan quickly explained. She had only concealed this crucial information, but that did not mean she was deceiving them. Even if they were allies, they could not share every secret. Fang Yuan would not be able to do this. Tai Bai Yunsheng's breathing paused, he flew as he questioned angrily, then why are you still not telling me, what bullshit guess is this? Fairy Li Shan let out a breath of turbid air, speaking quickly, Tai Bai Yunsheng, you know the origin of this icy plain. Back then, reckless savage demon Venerable destroyed a corner of northern plains, turning this place into nothingness. To make up for it, reckless savage demon Venerable turned into an immemorial ice phoenix, spitting out extreme frost profound ice to freeze this place, forming a huge icy plain. Get to the point. Tai Bai Yunsheng shouted. Fairy Li Shan understood Tai Bai Yunsheng's emotions, she did not blame him, continuing to explain, as everyone knows, reckless savage demon Venerable is a strength path Gu Venerable, the ancestor of strength path, he also created transformation path. Any rank 9 Venerable is the child of the great Tao, they are the closest to the truth of heaven and earth. Not only does their words follow the law, their every action contains true meaning, even their gaze contains the profundities of nature. Even if they die, their trump card killer moves will be engraved in heaven and earth, forming a type of heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Tai Bai Yunsheng could not help but think of formless hands, yes, I knew this long ago. Fairy Li Shan continued, back then, reckless savage demon Venerable turned into an ice phoenix, spitting out profound ice to create our current icy plain. Don't forget, Ice Phoenix is a transformation path killer move. Thus, as the creator of the icy plane, reckless savage demon Venerable's true meaning towards strength path and transformation path is engraved in this world. Among a few Gu immortals, there is a guess, or more accurately, a rumor. As long as a strength path or transformation path Gu master ascends to Gu immortal in the icy plane, Tao marks will resonate and draw out reckless savage demon Venerable's true meaning towards strength path and transformation path in the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Tai Bai Yunsheng's body shook. Then, doesn't that mean? That's right. The Icefall Divine Ape is only an illusion, the ancient Pegasus is also the same, they are only the true meaning of strength path and transformation path, manifested through the earthly calamity. Completely shattering these external manifestations, the small portion of true meaning contained within will burst forth and pour into the body. What is true meaning? It is the understanding towards heaven and earth, the great Tao, and laws. Fang Yuan has just shattered the Pegasus, and received the true meaning pouring into his body. In other words, Fang Yuan is receiving reckless savage demon Venerable's teachings. Fairy Li Shan said these shocking words, but at the same time, she also revealed a strong feeling of envy. Obtaining the teachings of a rank 9 Venerable, what a great opportunity this was. Chapter 693. Fairy Li Shan continued, sighing, the rumor of reckless savage demon Venerable's true meaning is said to have originated from Northern Plains rank 7 domination immortal Chu Du. It is said that when he became a strength path Gu immortal 300 years ago, he underwent tribulation in this icy plain. But after so many years, Gu immortals have become rare. Among these new Gu immortals, transformation path is rare, and strength path is even rarer. Thus, this conjecture has always been hard to prove. Tai Bai Yunsheng snorted coldly, no longer approaching Fang Yuan. Although Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan had deceived him and Fang Yuan, he had obtained such a huge benefit, Tai Bai Yunsheng's resentment had mostly dissipated. He turned around and looked at He Lulan with a profound gaze. He Lulan was wrapped in the 3 chi cocoons, everything was progressing smoothly. The chi cocoons were shrinking in an orderly manner. This woman's ambition is really huge. She is not satisfied with becoming a 10 extreme true immortal, she still wants to learn from reckless savage demon Venerable. She is not afraid of not having enough strength and bursting her belly. Speaking of which, this adventurous style is very similar to Fang Yuan, they are both lunatics. Tai Bai Yunsheng sighed inwardly. As expected, these are true unexpected manifestations, ahahaha. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, his expression was in high spirits as he slowly stood up from his half-kneeling position. He looked at the ancient Pegasus group in front of him again, this time, his gaze had already changed. His gaze had become extremely passionate, like a pervert who had endured for thousands of years seeing a peerless beauty. He was like an insatiable thief who had seen the greatest treasure in the world. I have advanced to a strength path Gu immortal, but my strength path foundation is still shallow, my strength path attainment is only at quasi-grandmaster. Every slight increase in my attainment is extremely difficult. I need to trigger a qualitative change from the accumulation of quantitative changes over a long period of time. But now, as long as I kill these true meaning manifestations, I can rapidly raise my strength path attainment to true grandmaster realm. With 500 years of hard work and experience, Fang Yuan was extremely clear about the difficulty of raising one's attainment level. Realm represented one's understanding of the great Tao. Strength Path Realm was a Gu master's understanding of Strength Path. They were roughly divided into normal, quasi-master, master, and quasi-grandmaster. Master level, great grandmaster level. Most Gu masters, in their entire lives, they were all at normal rank. Quasi-master level were those geniuses or experienced Gu masters who were old and experienced. Master level was already 1 in a million. For example, in the Imperial Court contest, the huge northern plains, heroes gathered. Only Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng were master pilots. Enslavement path masters were Jiang Baoya, Yang Peiying, Ma Zun, Chang Shan-yin, Fang Yuan, and New Air Tuesday. In terms of refinement path great grandmasters, in the entire history of the human race, there were only long-hair ancestor, old eccentric Tian Nan, and old immortal Kong Ju. Every time one's realm increased, it would result in an earth-shattering increase in one's battle prowess. This was because a higher cultivation level meant a deeper understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. It could allow Gu masters to refine even better new Gu, create even more killer moves, and display the greatest advantage of their path. Fang Yuan's understanding of the various paths. The highest was blood path. In the 500 years of his previous life, he was a famous blood path grandmaster. Thus, his battle strength was outstanding, he created many new blood path Gu, these new Gu even surpassed blood sea ancestor in some aspects. He also created many blood path killer moves, even though these were mortal killer moves, they were extremely powerful. Fang Yuan now had the immortal killer move Myriad Self, it was a killer move created by squeezing out all of his potential, learning from nature and using wisdom Gu, it was a new starting point for the fusion of enslavement and strength path. But even with such a killer move, in terms of battle strength, he was not the match of the blood path peak in the 500 years of his previous life. Fang Yuan could suppress the immortal killer move Myriad Self just by using the combination of his blood path killer moves from his previous life. He even used his grandmaster attainment level to create some remnant recipes of brand new blood path immortal Gu from scratch. Of course, the completion rate of these remnant recipes was very low. This was the world of Gu worms, and also the world of Gu masters. The nurture, use, and refinement of goo worms, the main body was still the goo master. Generation after generation of goo masters innovated and used their abundant creativity to research new goo worms and create new paths. Only then could there be a splendid goo path that encompassed all aspects and was full of splendor. Only then could there be stars shining brightly, heroes appearing in large numbers, and the grand history of humanity. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth, while man was the spirit of all living beings. The sages of the past had created many pinnacles. Even if people looked up to them, it was a great achievement that the later generations could not surpass. But all in all, the overall strength of the 5 regions was constantly improving, becoming more profound, surpassing the immemorial antiquity era, olden antiquity era, and so on. Goo masters nurture, use, and refine goo. In the end, they are all the exploration and learning of nature, heaven and earth, and the great Tao. Be it a xianxia world, a magical world, or a scientific world, they are all the same, they are all exploring and learning the whole of nature. It is just that according to the laws of the world, the methods of exploration are different. Only by constantly exploring could one learn. Only by learning could one accumulate. Only by accumulating could one transcend. And in this world, the step-by-step result of learning the great Tao of heaven and earth is the attainment level of each path. The great Tao is a wordless heavenly book. Goo masters explore and learn the world, they need to use goo worms to probe around, they need to constantly summarize, comprehend, and need inspiration, they need sufficient experience. But right now, I have obtained the true meaning infusion, it is like standing on the shoulders of a giant and looking at the world. It is to let reckless savage demon venerable translate the wordless heavenly book into words that I can understand, and then let me read it directly. This is such a wide shortcut, an extremely rare opportunity. It will save me a lot of hard work in the future. The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more excited he became. Hey Lu Lan. You are a lunatic. You actually want to learn from reckless savage demon venerable and obtain the true meaning infusion while learning from nature. Aren't you afraid you won't be able to comprehend it and become flustered, causing your immortal ascension to fail? But I like your greed. I'll accept all of your generous gifts without hesitation. Fang Yuan shouted in his heart, with such great benefits in front of him, he decided to not leave anything behind. Myriad self. Myriad self. Myriad self. He continued to activate immortal killer moves, for the first time, disregarding the cost, he activated them crazily. Countless strength path phantoms were created by him, instantly forming a strength path phantom army in his immortal aperture. The scale was much larger than before. At the same time, the mortal goo used to form the immortal killer moves were destroyed in large numbers, this was the backlash of heaven and earth. This was also the result of Fang Yuan's crazed activation. But Fang Yuan did not feel any heartache, as long as his core cleansed soul immortal goo was fine. He had made ample preparations for this trip, he had a large number of substitute mortal goo. Come. Fang Yuan opened his chest, countless strength path phantoms shot out from his immortal aperture. The strength path army was like a flood, pouring down on heaven and earth, sweeping over mountains and rivers. The sparse army was immediately replenished. Soon, it surpassed its original limit and reached a new height. A large number. No. A vast number of strength path phantoms filled the entire battlefield. There are at least 300,000. This scene stunned Tai Bai Yunsheng and Fairy Li Shan. The ancient Pegasus group was tightly surrounded by the strength path phantom army. At this moment, the battle between the two armies had reached a climax. Fang Yuan walked calmly. He walked on the icy surface of the battlefield. In his mind, joyful will was produced and expended rapidly. Under his command, the army formed a tacit understanding and cooperation. Waves of military power, like giant hands, beat down the four-winged heavenly horses one by one without caring about the losses. Next, dozens of strength path phantoms worked together. The four-winged Pegasus were forcefully pressed down on the icy surface. After that, Fang Yuan slowly walked over. He raised his 8 thick giant arms, creating a curtain of fist shadows as he ruthlessly attacked. Amidst the cries of pain, the Pegasus were smashed into pieces. True meaning poured in. Fang Yuan's mind was shaken by the impact. The profundity of the great Tao was quickly absorbed by Fang Yuan. His movements were stiff for a few breaths of time, but he soon regained control. Like this, Fang Yuan slaughtered the ancient Pegasus crazily. This feels good. After receiving another true meaning infusion, he excitedly raised his head and roared. His gaze was like blood, one could not look straight at him. His strength path realm that had been slowly rising for several years, was rapidly rising with each true meaning infusion. Fang Yuan felt incomparable pleasure and enjoyment. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not speak. Fang Yuan's craziness caused him to feel a chill in his heart. Fairy Li Shan's side also became silent. After half of the Pegasus group was destroyed, the earthly calamity changed again. The Pegasus group fused together, turning into 33 giant snakes. These giant snakes were covered in hard black armor that looked like shields. Their defense was very strong. The snake heads were as big as houses. When they landed on the ground, they occupied the terrain to defend. They became shield snakes again. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. His body did not move, but the strength path army in the air pressed down like a dark cloud. After occupying the ground, these shield snakes only needed to defend from above. It was no longer like flying in the air, where there were openings to attack from above and below. Fang Yuan's killing efficiency fell sharply. After a long time, he finally commanded a large force to move a shield snake. Fang Yuan laughed maniacally, pouncing forward. The shield snake was covered in injuries, but before it could raise its head, it was attacked by Fang Yuan's 8 arms. The enormous strength of 45 group strength Gu directly smashed the shield snake's head into pieces. An enormous true meaning that far surpassed the previous one charged into Fang Yuan's mind. Half of the snake's body that had lost its head suddenly split into small snakes, forming a sinister and slippery snake sea in the blink of an eye. Fang Yuan comprehended the true meaning of the great Tao. His body could not move. He fell into the snake sea. The snake sea attacked crazily, quickly submerging his huge body. Fang Yuan's comprehension this time was different from before. Earlier, when the true meaning infusion was used, Fang Yuan was like a Pegasus, from birth to death, from small to large. His 4 hooves galloped on the solid ground, his wings flapping as he soared in the vast sky. He sensed the unique body structure of the Pegasus, he sensed the usage of all kinds of strength, and the ingenuity of exerting strength. And now, he had turned into a snake. From the moment he broke out of the snake egg, he started to devour his prey like a glutton. He could feel the twisting of the snake's body, the strength of the snake's coiling body, the rhythm of the snake's muscles as it swallowed its prey, the movement of the snake's head as it attacked like lightning. Not only did his strength path attainment rise, his transformation path and even his flying master attainment rose. Chapter 694. Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunsheng's shout could be heard from afar. Fang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, waking up from the sea of snakes. There were snakes everywhere, from head to toe. Countless snakes coiled around his body, trying to kill him and gnawing at him. If not for Fang Yuan's hair armor's protection, he might have already been devoured by these snakes. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He was not shocked, but happy. He stretched out his 8 giant hands and clenched, instantly crushing dozens of snakes. Dozens of true meanings assaulted his mind. His consciousness blurred for a moment before recovering. As he gradually adapted and his attainment level increased, the speed at which he absorbed the true meanings also became faster. In a state of intoxication, he even removed his hair armor and opened his mouth, inhaling deeply. Immediately, countless snakes slid into his mouth. He opened his mouth and chewed, his sharp teeth crushing the snake's body. then he swallowed. The snake's body parts vanished into nothingness as soon as they entered his mouth. Waves of true meaning unceasingly filled his mind. Strength path true meaning and transformation path true meaning were rising bit by bit. At the same time, these advancements also gave Fang Yuan a deeper understanding of other domains, as if he had a deeper understanding of them. For example, flying attainment. After Fang Yuan killed the third shield snake, his strength path attainment finally broke through from quasi-grandmaster realm to grandmaster realm. Strength path grandmaster. That was to say, as long as Fang Yuan was given some time, he could reach his previous life's blood path attainment. Because his blood path attainment level was grandmaster. Right now, his mind was filled with countless thoughts and inspirations. His understanding of strength path had risen to a whole new level. He could create many brand new strength path goo worms, he could create many mortal killer moves related to strength path. But Fang Yuan was still not satisfied, the slaughter continued. The earthly calamity could not transform into Icefall Divine Ape, Ancient Pegasus, or Shield Snake group. Finally, it transformed again, into a group of rock men. Fang Yuan commanded the army to kill the rock men. Crush their skulls, devour their bodies, and experience the power of honesty. The earthly calamity turned into a swarm of bees. Fang Yuan continued to self-destruct his strength path phantoms to experience the power of craftiness. The earthly calamity then turned into a rhinoceros. Fang Yuan killed it and comprehended the power of collision. His strength path realm slowly rose. After stabilizing the Grand Master level, he was sprinting toward becoming a quasi-grandmaster. Right at this moment, two rays of light, one black and one white, tore through the sky and descended. I finally found you. It really is the ice plains. The rainbow dissipated, revealing He Cheng and Xue Songzi. The enemy had finally arrived. So many strength path phantoms, what's going on? Xue Songzi's pupils first shrunk, then immediately emitted a scorching light. This was actually. It seemed like the rumors were true. Transcending tribulation in the northern ice plains might really attract reckless savage demon venerables' true intent. He Qing scanned the battlefield with his spectral eyes. Then, it stopped on the three-colored cocoon. After such a long time, He Lulan had yet to completely absorb the three qis. Her human qi was simply too high. He, He Lulan, you have nowhere to run this time, why don't you obediently submit? He Qing laughed heartily, opening his right hand and revealing an immortal goo. This immortal goo shone with eerie blue light, it was a rank 6-time path immortal goo. The immortal goo's aura surged, causing the 2-time path immortal goo in Tai Bai Yunqing's body to vibrate at the same time. Fairy Li Shan's expression changed, she appeared and blocked He Lulan, saying coldly, immovable blink? This was the rank 6-time path immortal goo immovable blink, it could stop the target's time for 6 moments. With this goo, He Lulan did not need to worry about Fang Yuan using fixed immortal travel to escape. He Qing saw Fairy Li Shan and his gaze slightly focused, saying with deep meaning, to think that the true mastermind was you, Fairy Li Shan. What is your intention in sowing discord between us father and daughter? Indeed, which Gu immortal would not covet the yin-yang life extension method in my possession? At the end, He Qing chuckled, his laughter was filled with mockery towards Fairy Li Shan, as well as full confidence in himself. Fairy Li Shan had a solemn expression, her voice became louder and louder, gradually resounding in heaven and earth. He Qing, you are destined to fail today. Don't even think of touching a single hair of little lands, because the one stopping you is me. Saying so, Fairy Li Shan no longer concealed herself, she erupted with the surging aura of a rank 7 Gu immortal. At the same time, the ice surface shook and shattered, countless tree roots grew rapidly like thick pythons, coiling around each other and slithering around. The trees grew rapidly, becoming verdant and lush. In a few breaths of time, pear blossoms bloomed. The pear blossoms were like snow, the fragrance of the flowers permeated the surrounding. Several Li Fairy Li Shan stood under the tree, her figure was covered by the lush leaves, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, He Lulan was still mediating the three qi, floating above the pear tree. Battlefield killer move, pear orchard. To think that third leader's cultivation level had actually reached rank 7 without anyone noticing. Hey Cheng, you need to be careful, third leader cultivates both earth and wood, she set up this battlefield in advance. I am also a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, due to the alliance agreement, I cannot fight against Fairy Li Shan. Xue Songzi immediately reminded. Fairy Li Shan normally traveled in northern plains, showing her rank 6 cultivation level to others, there were very few people who knew her true cultivation level. He Qing had a calm expression, his gaze paused on Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, and Fairy Li Shan, before finally stopping on He Lulan. An immortal zombie, a rank 6 Gu immortal, and a rank 7 Gu immortal. He Qing muttered, he snorted coldly and said to Xue Songzi, go deal with that immortal zombie and that rank 6 Gu immortal. After I kill Fairy Li Shan, I will capture He Lulan. His words were filled with determination and confidence. Even though Fairy Li Shan was rank 7, her battle strength was at the lower tier of rank 7, there was still a gap between her and He Cheng. Okay. Throwing the hardest bone to He Cheng, Xue Songzi immediately agreed. He flew down towards the earthly calamity. He was a knowledgeable person, he knew that the earthly calamity contained the demon venerable's true meaning, even though he was not a strength path or transformation path Gu immortal, he wanted a share. Gu immortals would study a wide range of paths to supplement their main path, who would complain about their own attainment level being too high. You are courting death. Fang Yuan saw Xue Songzi charging towards him, he shouted angrily, a fierce light shining in his eyes. A mere rank 6 immortal zombie dares to boast so shamelessly. Xue Songzi snorted in disdain, getting closer. Earlier, when Fang Yuan fought with He Cheng, he only focused on retreating and escaping. Thus, he did not expose his true battle strength. He Cheng and Xue Songzi analyzed and felt that Fang Yuan's 2-movement immortal Gu were likely lent to him by other Gu immortals. Even though Fang Yuan's strength path Phantom Army was fighting intensely with the earthly calamity. But firstly, the earthly calamity was mostly destroyed, secondly, killer moves of a large scale were very common, thirdly, most immortal zombies had lower battle strength than ordinary Gu immortals, and fourthly, Fang Yuan had rank 7 and 6 Gu immortals with him. Xue Songzi subconsciously underestimated Fang Yuan's threat. Xue Songzi was extremely fast, in the blink of an eye, he was above Fang Yuan's head. I will let you have a taste of my power. He shouted as he pushed with both hands, using killer moves. Wind and snow swaying. Iceberg drill. Snow sparrow crisis. He actually used 3 killer moves in one go, Xue Songzi's extraordinary control over Gu worms was displayed. These 3 killer moves were all offensive killer moves. In an instant, intense winds blew, snow filled the sky, countless snowflakes turned into flying birds, they were like fish in water in the wind and snow, they were full of spirituality, there were thousands of them. Icicles were the size of small mountains, 20 to 30 of them were covered in sharp icicles, they crashed towards Fang Yuan, looking like they were going to pierce through Fang Yuan and crush him. Fang Yuan sneered, he waved his hand, the myriad army moved. Myriad self raised their heads bravely, their battle cries shook the sky, everywhere they went, icebergs shattered, snow sparrows cried out, and romantic scenes stopped. Xue Songzi's expression changed, only in a true battle could he truly sense the power of myriad self. Seeing the myriad self army charging towards him, Xue Songzi shouted angrily, his hair and beard fluttered as an icy aura burst out. In an instant, the icy aura expanded rapidly, forming a crystalline land in the air. Battlefield killer move, Snow Domain. Everlasting Pine Tree, Ice Hair Dragon Flow. Xue Songzi shouted again, activating 2 defensive killer moves. Immediately, the pine trees in the snow domain grew from nothing, from small to large. The pine trees grew thicker, the branches intertwined, forming thick walls. His snow-white hair that could reach the ground suddenly grew longer, dragon roars could be heard in the air. His long hair turned into dozens of dragon-shaped ice dragons, coiling around his body and forming a castle, protecting Shui Songzi at the center. However, when the myriad self-army charged over, the pine trees fell, the ice dragons crumbled, the snow domain lasted for a while before collapsing. It is an immortal killer move. Who in the world is this immortal zombie? Shui Songzi's face was pale, his eyes were filled with fear, he retreated towards the sky, even faster than when he came. He was in a pathetic state. At the same time, He Cheng and Fairy Li Shan were already fighting intensely. The battle between the two had just started, but it had already reached its climax. He Cheng activated Dark Arrow Immortal Goo to the limit. 3 dark arrows shot into the pear orchard, moving around and searching for Fairy Li Shan's true body. In the pear orchard, there was a dense forest, pear blossoms were falling. Tree roots intertwined and grew. Suddenly, hundreds of sunflower king lotuses appeared. The lotuses bloomed, shooting out pillars of hot light towards He Cheng. He Cheng's body shook, black liquid flowed out of his black robe, occupying a part of the sky. This was also a battlefield killer move, called Night Veil. In the Night Veil, black balls shot out, raining down like rain. The black balls smashed into the pear orchard and expanded, forming a huge dark vortex. It was the killer move that He Lulan had once used in the Imperial Court contest, Dark Vortex. The dark vortex expanded, corroding the surrounding trees and flowers, forming huge holes in the pear orchard. Rays of hot sunlight tore holes in the night veil. Both sides fought, the light pillars became sparse, but the dark vortexes increased in number. He Cheng soon gained the upper hand. Chapter 695. Found her. He Cheng's eyes suddenly shined, he laughed sinisterly. He had an investigative killer move. He found Fairy Li Shan's figure in the pear orchard. He immediately activated Dark Arrow Immortal Goo to the limit. 3 dark arrows flew out, shooting towards their target. The pear orchard erupted, countless tree roots extended out like dragons, moving and moving, trying to block these 3 dark arrows. At this crucial moment, Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth, her eyes shining brightly like lamps. She shouted in her mind, "Earth Flower Consecutive Vault." The ground exploded with a bang, and a huge man-eating flower drilled out at lightning speed. The man-eating flower opened its mouth and swallowed the dark arrow. Immediately after, the whole man-eating flower shrunk to less than half its original size. It actually trapped the dark arrow. He Cheng snorted, his gaze shined. The swallowed dark arrow was about to be shot out, causing a sharp protrusion to form on the surface of the man-eating flower. But more and more man-eating flowers came out of the ground. The second man-eating flower swallowed the first man-eating flower, its size shrunk. Next, the third man-eating flower swallowed the second man-eating flower. This cycle repeated. After 17 or 18 man-eating flowers, He Cheng's senses towards this dark arrow had weakened by 30%. He Cheng knew that this dark arrow would not be able to escape in a short period of time, thus he focused his attention on the remaining 2. Fairy Li Shan's expression was pale, she shouted, "Heavenly flowers darken." The sky was filled with pear blossoms, they were white like snow, fluttering in the air and turning into specks of light. The dark arrow was extremely fast, but there were many specks of light, they were densely packed. As they flew, they were contaminated. These specks of light landed on the small dark arrow, sparks were produced, and white specks were left on the dark arrow. Be it speed or power, they were falling. He Cheng snorted, he knew that the other party was prepared. He was out in the open while the other party was in the dark. His immortal Goo dark arrow was widely known, thus he was targeted. But he was not easy to deal with. even though he did not create an immortal killer move with Dark Arrow Immortal Goo as the core. He had already tried many times, and the result was that he obtained several mortal killer moves. They were specially used to guide the transformation of the Dark Arrow. He Qing stared, activating a set of mortal goo in his immortal aperture. The two arrows suddenly flew towards each other and collided in mid-air. They fused together and became one again. After the fusion, the Dark Arrow was pitch black and deep, without a single speck of light. He regained his speed and power. The Black Arrow was as fast as lightning. It fiercely shot into a huge tree trunk in the pear garden. In He Cheng's vision, Fairy Li Shan was hiding in this tree trunk. But at the next moment, Fairy Li Shan's voice actually resounded from the other side. "You have been tricked, He Cheng." The trees and flowers shed tears. A fresh flower bloomed on the tree trunk, and a rich nectar flowed out from the center of the flower, filling the air with fragrance. The Dark Arrow had only hit a wooden puppet that looked like Fairy Li Shan. The honey fluid spread from all directions and enveloped the Dark Arrow. Shortly after, the honey solidified like amber. It firmly sealed the Dark Arrow inside. "He Cheng, you will definitely lose today." Fairy Li Shan's true body stood proudly on the crown of a tree. Although her face was pale and her forehead was covered in sweat, her eyes were bright and she was full of vigor. A large part of He Cheng's strength was due to Dark Arrow Immortal Goo. This was an offensive killer move. Fairy Li Shan only had one Mountain Pledge Goo, she could not defend against it directly. She could only think about it and use 3 mortal killer moves to temporarily imprison the Dark Arrow. With the Dark Arrow blocked, He Cheng lost his strongest offensive method. "Is that so? You really think this is all I can do?" He Cheng stood in the night sky, looking down at Fairy Li Shan as he showed a mocking smile. Under Fairy Li Shan's gaze, he stretched out his hand and slowly opened his palm, revealing a black pearl. This black pearl was the size of a rice bowl. It was black and shiny, like a black crystal. Through the translucent surface of the pearl, one could vaguely see that inside this black pearl, there was a pig-shaped beast that was sleeping soundly. Fairy Li Shan saw this pearl and her eyes widened, showing a look of shock and fear. "This is Dark Prison?" He Cheng nodded. "That's right, this is my He tribe's rank 6 Immortal Goo house, Dark Prison." His voice was plain, but there was pride in it. He Cheng was not He tribe's first supreme elder, but to ensure this trip, he had already borrowed this item from He tribe's first supreme elder without caring about the price. This is bad. Fairy Li Shan's heart sank to rock bottom. Dark Prison was a beast pen. Inside it was the ancient desolate beast Sharp Tusk Boar. If it was released now, Fairy Li Shan's side would be doomed. Be it Pear Orchard, Earth Flower Vault, Dim Heavenly Flower, or Tree Flower Weeping, they were all mortal killer moves. To deal with He Cheng's Dark Arrow Immortal Goo, Fairy Li Shan had racked her brains, using 3 killer moves to barely seal the Dark Arrow. But because of this, she was mentally exhausted and had a splitting headache. Even though she occupied the Pear Orchard battlefield, she was already at a disadvantage against He Cheng's Dark Veil. She could only hold on, hoping that He Lulan would succeed her tribulation and come to reinforce her. However, Sharp Tusk Boar was an ancient desolate beast. Destroying Pear Orchard was as easy as destroying a vegetable garden. Once Pear Orchard was destroyed, the 3 tricks attached to Pear Orchard would have their power greatly reduced, and the Dark Arrow would be able to break free. This way, all my previous efforts will be in vain. Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth. Right at this time, she heard Tai Bai Yunqing's warning, "Be careful." Be careful of what? Fairy Li Shan turned around and saw a dark arrow shooting towards her silently. It was less than a foot away from her. How can this be? I set up the surroundings. Fairy Li Shan was shocked, but it was too late. The dark arrow pierced through her forehead, piercing through her skull and coming out from the back of her head. Little ant. He Lulan shouted. She had finally digested the 3 qi and regained her mobility. But when she opened her eyes, she saw the pitiful scene of her family member, who had always taken care of her, being pierced through by a dark arrow. It's over. He Qing stored the spherical dark prison indifferently. Fairy Li Shan had only sealed 2 dark arrows, the moment the 2 arrows merged together. He Qing had secretly shot out a 3rd dark arrow. Using dark prison to attract Fairy Li Shan's attention, he secretly used several mortal killer moves to coordinate with the dark arrow. Fairy Li Shan's defenses quietly crumbled. But at the next moment, a ray of light shone. Fairy Li Shan returned to the previous moment, all her injuries were gone, and her head was intact. Immortal Gu Man as before. Far away, Tai Bai Yunxing breathed roughly. That was close, I almost missed it. He Cheng's pupils shrunk, his anger surged. He was not angry at Tai Bai Yunxing for destroying his battle results. It was because Xuesong Zi did not use his full strength. They had agreed that he would be in charge of killing Fairy Li Shan, while Xuesong Zi would be in charge of killing Tai Bai Yunxing and immortal zombie Fang Yuan. But the result? Tai Bai Yunxing could actually interfere in his battle. Xuesong Zi. He Qing gritted his teeth. He looked at the other battlefield in the distance. Next, He Qing saw that Xuesong Zi's robe was in tatters. He was fleeing with a panicked expression. His long hair was now shaved short. He almost went bald. His face was covered with bruises. It was swollen, his whole body was covered in blood, one of his arms was hanging down, it was clearly fractured. He Cheng's pupils shrunk. Xuesong Zi naturally had healing Gu. To Gu immortals, a fracture was not a serious injury. But the crucial thing was, the enemy's attacks did not even give Xuesong Zi time to heal his fracture. How strong was he? As if to answer his question, the 200,000 strength Path Phantom Army. Battle cries shook heaven and earth. It was a huge field, even thicker than the tribulation clouds in the sky. They chased after Xuesong Zi alone. This was too much of a bully. Thus, this rank 7 Gu immortal He Qing frowned deeply. What's going on? Why haven't these strength path phantoms been exterminated, and there are even more of them? Next, he saw that the strength path phantom army split into half and charged towards him. He Qing snorted coldly, he willed and activated several sets of mortal killer moves. 1000 Demon Rampage. Dark Fire. Black Wind Break. Kill. The myriad self-army charged forward. After a few breaths of time, the demons screamed in pain, the dark fire ignored them, and the black wind whimpered. He Qing, who had been calm and composed, had a change of expression. This power is an immortal killer move. This unremarkable immortal zombie is actually the strongest. The myriad self-army surged forward, charging into He Cheng's dark battlefield without any politeness. The dark battlefield that occupied one side of the sky was quickly scattered. It was like a beggar's clothes were hanging in the sky, ragged. He Cheng's eyelids twitched, he could only retreat. He was handsome and elegant, even when retreating, he still looked outstanding. His hands moved like butterflies, unleashing mortal killer moves one after another. But this could not stop the myriad self-army's advance. It was like a torrential flood. No matter how outstanding the mortal killer move was, it was like a fragile reef in front of this flood, or a lowly fish, they were swept away and devoured. He Qing squinted, his expression turning dark. He finally understood Xuesong Zi's feelings. Facing the myriad self-army, he was a grand rank 7 Gu immortal, a famous Northern Plains expert, but he actually felt a sense of helplessness and powerlessness. The army had already formed an overwhelming momentum, it was simply unstoppable. This immortal killer move, even if I use dark prison and release sharp tusk boars, I might not be its match. He Qing was forced to retreat by the army. In this situation, if He Qing wanted to turn the situation around, he would have to use a dark arrow to kill Fang Yuan's main body. But 2 of the dark arrows were already trapped by Fairy Li Shan, the remaining one could not do anything to Fang Yuan, who had worldly wave trace immortal goo. This lunatic, how much immortal essence did he use? He Qing cursed in his heart, his gaze fixed on Fang Yuan who was on the ground. Fang Yuan absorbed another demon venerable's will, he sensed He Cheng's dangerous gaze, he turned around and smiled at He Cheng in disdain. At the same time, an army on the ground charged towards He Cheng. This guy. He Cheng finally showed a trace of nervousness on his face. Being attacked by 2 armies, he could only dodge and retreat in the air. He used countless mortal killer moves, but they only managed to slow down the army slightly. Thus, the battle became, 2 Gu immortals were being chased by Fang Yuan alone. Junior brother, good job. Tai Bai Yunsheng clenched his fists in excitement. Fairy Li Shan stood on the tree crown, her expression froze as she saw this. She did not expect the situation to turn out like this. On the other side, Fang Yuan's main body had finally gotten rid of the earthly calamity, he obtained all of the true meaning infusion, but his strength path attainment level was still Grandmaster, he had not broken through to the next level. But his transformation path attainment level had risen instead, he had reached transformation master level. Furthermore, his flying attainment had also risen greatly, he broke through master level and became quasi-grandmaster. But Fang Yuan was still not satisfied, he shouted at He Lulan, "Quick, don't you have small family Qi Gu, release all of the earth Qi you collected, you might be able to attract even more earthly calamities." Everyone heard this and were speechless. He Lulan immediately rolled her eyes, the infusion of 3 Qi had elevated her life essence, she had transcended mortality and become a Gu immortal. Her body had been purified completely, thus the injuries to her eye sockets had completely healed. I still need to keep these small family Qi Gu to refine immortal Gu. Time is limited, let's retreat first. He Lulan rejected Fang Yuan's suggestion, shouting. Fang Yuan licked his lips, he had not had enough, but he could not do anything about it since she did not agree. Everyone gathered together and entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan looked at the icy plain battlefield reluctantly, before activating fixed immortal travel. 3 breaths of time later, he vanished, returning to snowy mountain-blessed land. We are letting them leave just like that. Xue Songzi also gathered with He Cheng. He Cheng raised his brows, saying coldly, "Even if I have instant movement, can you break through the defense of this strength path phantom army?" Chapter 696. Snowy Mountain's 3rd peak, in a quiet room. The weather outside the window was perfect, the sky was clear and the air was cool. The white snow on the mountain combined with the vast blue sky formed a tranquil and distant scene. In the quiet room, the fragrance of tea gradually spread. Fang Yuan was half lying down, his body was covered in injuries as he breathed roughly. Small streams of corpse blood flowed down from the wounds on his body, forming a puddle on the ground. But he did not care, he did not feel any pain at all, he had been resting with his eyes closed for almost 15 minutes. Other than him, there were 3 other people in the quiet room. Tai Bai Yunsheng stood beside Fang Yuan, his hands were moving rapidly as black lines shot out, healing Fang Yuan's injuries. Fairy Li Shan sat at her usual spot by the window, absent-mindedly brewing tea, but most of her attention was on He Lulan who was beside her. He Lulan sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, her expression solemn like a jade statue. Immortal Ascension had 3 steps, shattering aperture, taking in Qi, and releasing Gu. She had completed the first 2 steps in the icy plane. After returning to the quiet room using fixed immortal travel, she proceeded to the 3rd step. With her foundation, it was certain that her immortal aperture would explode. Right now, she was probably refining immortal Gu in the newly formed immortal aperture, resisting the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity in the immortal aperture. It seemed that she wanted to complete this step, and did not want outsiders to help her. But if things went wrong, He Lulan would immediately ask for help, at that time, Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan, and Tai Bai Yunsheng would quickly enter He Lulan's immortal aperture to resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. When the new tea boiled, He Lulan let out a breath of turbid air. She slowly opened her eyes. This action immediately attracted the other three's gazes. Fairy Li Shan immediately stopped, not caring about the teapot. She asked in concern, "You succeeded?" He Lulan nodded. Fairy Li Shan took a deep breath, her eyes were red, her face was filled with excitement and gratification, she choked with sobs. "Xiao Lan, you have the great strength true martial physique, now it has become the extreme immortal physique, you have a top-grade blessed land." His potential was extraordinary. This is really like seeing the blue sky after the clouds have parted. If my sister knew this in the underworld, she would definitely be very happy. Ordinary Gu masters ascending to immortal. There were 3 grades of blessed lands. The 10 extreme physiques risked a great deal of danger in ascending to immortality, so naturally, there would be greater benefits. Once they succeeded in their immortal ascension, their blessed lands would all be top-grade blessed lands. The top-grade blessed lands had 7 to 9 million areas. Drawing upon a large-scale tributary of the River of Time. With over 30 beads of green grape immortal essence, he could use the remaining heaven and earth chi in his immortal aperture to raise his vital gu and core gu to immortal gu. As for the special grade blessed land, it was even more vast. It had an area of more than 10 million mu, and it could draw upon a huge tributary of the River of Time. The amount of green grape immortal essence required was more than 50 beads. If there were no accidents, he would obtain at least 2 immortal gu. He Lulan had a calm expression. "Even though I became a gu immortal, I did not kill that old scoundrel." In a calm tone. It contained a bone-deep hatred. "He Lulan, forgive me for speaking bluntly. If we want to kill He Cheng, with the 4 of us working together, even if we deal with him alone, the chances are slim." Tai Bai Yunsheng coughed and said. "That's right, defeating a gu immortal is easy, but killing one is difficult." Fang Yuan also sat up, sighing deeply. His injuries had basically healed. Last time, when he fought with Western Desert gu immortal Plump Lady, he had the upper hand, but Plump Lady ran away. This time, when he fought with He Cheng in Shuesong Zi, even though he had the upper hand, he could not trap the gu immortals, they had to retreat safely. Myriad Self might be strong, but if the enemy did not fight you head-on, there was nothing you could do. Gu immortals were astute people, they knew the logic of avoiding the enemy's attacks. In fact, Fang Yuan's battle with He Cheng could only be considered a draw. It was true that Fang Yuan had the upper hand, but he could not maintain it for long. After a long time, the strength path phantoms would dissipate on their own, and it would be He Cheng's turn to counterattack. Immortal killer moves could indeed create a huge advantage, but they could not turn into an absolute victory against He Cheng. Thus, when He Lulan asked to retreat, Fang Yuan did not object. He knew when to stop. He activated fixed immortal travel and brought them back here. He Lulan looked at Fang Yuan, smiling. "This time, I was able to resist the enemy and pass the tribulation, it was all thanks to Fang Yuan's strength. Since we are allies, we naturally need to help each other." Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. This time, he helped He Lulan. Next time, Crane Gate attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land, due to the alliance agreement, they had to help Fang Yuan. Both sides were mutually beneficial. According to the agreement, this is the recipe of small family Qi Gu. Also, you only need to return half of the 30 immortal yuan stones that I lent you. Fairy Li Shan said. She now knew some of Fang Yuan's nature, only genuine benefits suited Fang Yuan's taste. Fang Yuan received the small family Qi Gu's recipe on the spot. He pretended to sigh. "In this battle, although I won, I lost. I spent over 60 green grape immortal essence beads. As for the 15 immortal yuan stones I owe you, I'm afraid I will need some time to return them." Fairy Li Shan was in a good mood because of He Lulan's immortal ascension. She immediately said, no rush, no rush, Fang Yuan, when you have enough money, you can return them to me, I will not charge you any interest. Also, didn't you want us to inquire about the wisdom path inheritance on your behalf? Don't tell me you have some clues. Fang Yuan was inwardly joyful. Fairy Li Shan slowly said, there is a clue. You also know that several months ago, the number 1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains, Dongfang Naganori, passed away. He left behind a complete wisdom path inheritance for his successor, Dongfang Yuliang. But Dongfang Yuliang was only a mortal, he could not protect the Gu immortal inheritance, especially when it is a wisdom path inheritance. According to the information, this wisdom path inheritance was set up by Dongfang Naganori in a secret location. Even Dongfang tribe's other Gu immortals do not know the exact location. Only Dongfang Naganori has a crucial clue. Before Dongfang Naganori died, he had made an agreement with the Huang Jin tribes and super forces not to attack each other. But he did not make an agreement with the demonic path Gu immortals. His influence was not at the level where he could devour both sides. Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance had already attracted the covetous eyes of many demonic path Gu immortals. Even Dongfang tribe's other Gu immortals had thoughts of it. Thus, Dongfang Naganori set up these methods to completely conceal his wisdom path inheritance, leaving it to his acknowledged successor, Dongfang Yuliang. Fang Yuan could not help but think, although I have the wisdom path immortal Gu delight in water and mountain, I can only use it crudely, I cannot display the essence of wisdom path. Although wisdom path Gu worms were sold in jewel yellow skies, they had never sold a complete wisdom path inheritance. Wisdom path Gu worms are easy to obtain, but wisdom path inheritances are hard to come by. If I can obtain the complete wisdom path inheritance, I believe I can deduce even more things with fewer wills and thoughts. When Dongfang Naganori was alive, he was publicly recognized as the number 1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains. His inheritance naturally moved Fang Yuan. But in front of Fang Yuan was the colossal super force, Dongfang tribe. Although Dongfang tribe had lost Dongfang Naganori, they still had several Gu immortals to maintain the situation. In contrast, Fang Yuan had just fought He Cheng, he had expended most of his green grape immortal essence, he could not display the might of the myriad self-army again. Right now, many demonic path Gu immortals have already secretly gathered together to scheme for Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance. Back then, when Dongfang Naganori was alive, Northern Plains' righteous and demonic path suffered losses from him, many fell into his schemes and fell into his hands. It is said that his successor, Dongfang Yuliang, has greater talent than Dongfang Naganori. Most Northern Plains Gu immortals do not want a second Dongfang Naganori to appear. Fairy Li Shan continued. A few days ago, some demonic path Gu immortals found me, hoping to use my mountain pledge Gu to form a temporary alliance for the wisdom path inheritance. But I have already made an alliance agreement with Dongfang Naganori, I cannot attack Dongfang tribe. Fang Yuan, if you need it, I can help you to join this alliance. They have more detailed information, it will be of great help to you in the fight for the inheritance. Fang Yuan heard this and did not refuse, but also did not immediately agree, let me think about it first. This matter is not urgent. He Lulan said, right now, the biggest matter in Northern Plains is that Qin Baisheng has captured Ma Hongyun and Zhao Yinyun, he has grasped the essence of the luck path true inheritance. This matter has already attracted most of the Northern Plains righteous and demonic path Gu immortals, even those rank 8 old monsters are rumored to be coming out of seclusion. He Lulan revealed a mocking expression, Qin Baisheng is a rank 7 Gu immortal, an expert among lone cultivators, his wood path battle strength is strong, even slightly stronger than that old scoundrel He Cheng. But this luck path true inheritance is too troublesome, almost all of Northern Plains Gu immortals want to deal with him. Right now, Gu immortals are running around everywhere, trying to make connections. With Qin Baisheng's strength alone, even if he occupies the blessed land, he will not be able to resist them, his days will not be easy. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with a cold light. He said, "You and I are lucky survivors of the wind veil of assimilation. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Yenyun are insiders, they are involved in this. Even though they escaped early, they know our information. They will be a hindrance to us in northern plains in the future." Ever since Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed, formless hands brought many immortal goo to all parts of northern plains, the whole of northern plains goo master world was in chaos, there was unrest, battles of all sizes occurred. Later, most of the immortal goo that were left in the wild were captured, the situation calmed down. But now, news of Qin Baixing capturing Ma Hong and Zhao Yenyun had spread, Northern Plains' current situation was surging, it revolved around Qin Baixing and the luck path true inheritance. As time passed, it would definitely develop into a huge storm that would affect the whole of Northern Plains. Compared to other Gu immortals, Fang Yuan had a greater reason to get involved in this. But to get involved in such a huge storm, Fang Yuan's current strength was still too weak. Not long after, Fang Yuan took his leave and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land alone. Chapter 697. He Tribe, Iron Eagle Blessed Land. This was He Tribe's headquarters. The Blessed Land was huge, it was big at the top and small at the bottom. Thanks to He Tribe's first-generation sages' unique elites, Iron Eagle Blessed Land was only a small area, the higher one went, the larger the space. In the vast sky that far surpassed ordinary Blessed Lands, there were countless spherical wooden eagle nests. These eagle nests were on small mountains, countless iron eagles were resting in them. Eagle cries resounded, when the eagles flew, there were millions of them, covering the sky, it was a magnificent sight. At the top of the Blessed Land, there was a courtyard floating in the air. On the fake mountain in the courtyard garden, there was a pavilion. In the pavilion, He Tribe's 4 supreme elders sat around a square stone table, they had different expressions. First Supreme Elder had a solemn expression, Second Supreme Elder was resting with his eyes closed, Third Supreme Elder was frowning in deep thought, Fourth Supreme Elder was sweating profusely. The atmosphere was oppressive, it was like the calm before the storm. "My lord Third Supreme Elder, how long do you want to consider?" Fourth Supreme Elder urged impatiently. Urge, don't you know this is a crucial moment? If I make a mistake now, my decades of hard work will go down the drain. Third Supreme Elder chattered on, he was getting more and more anxious. He looked at the first Supreme Elder on the opposite side, then looked at the second Supreme Elder on the left side, but the expressions of the two did not change. The third Supreme Elder could not see any clues, and could not help but feel the pressure in his heart increase. At this time, a figure slowly rose from below, quickly getting close to this pavilion. He Tribe's second Supreme Elder opened his eyes slightly, saying leisurely, "Oh. So He Cheng is back." He Cheng entered the pavilion, greeting the 4 Supreme Elders one by one. These 4 Grand Elders, whether it was in terms of qualifications or cultivation, were higher than his. As for their battle strength, they would need to fight to know. But in the tribe, Gu immortals would at most spar, how could they fight for real? And among righteous path forces, other than Central Continent sects, the other 4 regions' clans had always looked at bloodline and seniority. Even if He Cheng had higher battle strength. When he saw these 4 Supreme Elders, he still had to pay respects to a junior. "Grand Elder, this is the Black Dungeon." He Cheng bowed to each of them before returning the rank 6 Immortal Gu House to First Supreme Elder. First Supreme Elder received the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison and said, "You did not use Dark Prison, it seems that this operation went smoothly." During the conversation, the gaze of the First Supreme Elder. He was still staring at the surface of the stone table, asking He Cheng casually. He Cheng smiled, "Thanks to the 4 seniors, this trip was smooth sailing and I successfully suppressed the Qiao family." Qiao tribe was a large-scale tribe. He tribe's entire tribe perished in imperial court blessed land. Qiao tribe, which was originally He tribe's vassal, immediately became restless, attempting to leave He tribe. Qiao clan's Gu immortal Qiao Dong became an immortal under my guidance. A few decades passed. Have you also developed disloyalty? The second supreme elder's tone was indifferent. So, this time, I made a move and taught Qiao Dong a good lesson. Within 5 years, there shouldn't be any accidents. He Qing smiled calmly. The so-called suppressing Qiao tribe was naturally an excuse that he had prepared long ago. He Qing wanted to deal with his own daughter, He Lulan. It was an act that went against the righteous path. He could only do it secretly. He borrowed dark prison to suppress He Lulan and prevent her from self-detonating. But to the first supreme elder, he could not say this directly. Thus, he used Qiao tribe's excuse and said, to ensure that he could suppress Qiao tribe, he borrowed dark prison. 5 years? Second supreme elder chuckled, shaking his head. Right now, Northern Plains is in chaos. Truyang building has collapsed and the culprit has not been found. Wild immortal Gu are popping up one after another, all sides are fighting. Especially with the commotion caused by Qin Bai Sheng, it is getting bigger and bigger. It concerns Giant Sun's true inheritance. Those rank 8 old monsters are getting restless. Fourth Supreme Elder sighed. Truyang building has collapsed. Imperial Court Blessed Land is also gone. That means there is no need to hold the Imperial Court contest anymore. What should we do next? It is hard to say what the Huang Jin tribes and super forces will do. He Qing understood his intention, nodding. Junior understands. I will definitely look after the tribe, especially Qiao tribe, Hu tribe, and Zhuo tribe, these 3 vassal tribes. That's right, this time, He tribe's entire tribe died in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Northern Plains cannot be without He tribe's reputation. He Qing, go to the other Blessed Lands and choose a portion of the tribesmen, send them to Northern Plains and rebuild He tribe. Third Supreme Elder thought hard about the problem as he instructed. Yes, Third Supreme Elder, don't worry, I have already arranged it. Half a month later, Northern Plains He tribe will be rebuilt. He Qing replied. All right, we can be at ease handing the tribe's matters to He Qing. Third Supreme Elder, you still have the heart to care about these matters. Why don't you quickly think of a solution? Which card do you want to play? Fourth Supreme Elder urged. Third Supreme Elder's gaze flickered. He was hesitant, but he gritted his teeth and made up his mind, playing 1 card. At the same time, he shouted, 3 cards. In an instant, the other 3 Supreme Elders had different expressions. First Supreme Elder could no longer maintain his solemn expression. He laughed loudly and pushed his card down. Ha, I won. Ah. Third Supreme Elder slapped his thigh and scratched his snow-white beard, feeling annoyed. If I knew this, I would not have played 3 cards, I would have played 60,000 instead. Hearing this, it was the second Supreme Elder's turn to glare. He pushed down his cards and said to the third elder, then you should play 60,000. This card of mine is really a pity. 40 or 60,000 each, it would be fine. All right, stop arguing. Quickly make the deal. I am still waiting to win back my losses. Fourth Supreme Elder said impatiently. Here, this is a Gu recipe that I spent over 30 years to research. Third Supreme Elder admitted his loss. He slammed an east window Gu on First Supreme Elder's table. First Supreme Elder kept the east window Gu. All right, let's move on to the next round. If you force me into a corner, I will have a life and death struggle. You won't get anything. You. Aren't you afraid? I can't capture He Lulan, I can't absorb her lifespan, I am about to die, why would I care about my reputation? Xue Songzi was shaking from anger at He Cheng's shameless behavior, his eyes were bloodshot. To think that the great Lord He Cheng would have such an attitude. He Qing shrugged indifferently. He, think whatever you want. Shui Songzi, you are too naive. Do you think you can extricate yourself now that things have come to this? He Lulan is extremely vengeful, she also has Fairy Li Shan's support. Do you think Snowy Mountain will value you, the 7th Peak's leader, or the 3rd leader? There is another piece of information I need to tell you. Central Continent's Gu immortals are getting restless. The 10 great ancient sects have formed an alliance to invade Northern Plains. Right now, the whole of Northern Plains is in chaos. I think with Fairy Li Shan's methods, she can borrow the power of Central Continent's Gu immortals to kill her. It will not violate Snowy Mountain's oath, right? Chapter 698. He Qing, you are actually threatening me. If you anger me, I will make you do all these dirty things in broad daylight. Shui Songzi shouted furiously. He Qing sneered, then do it quickly. I will tell you the truth, Su Xian Air is a pawn of your Snowy Mountain. Decades ago, she purposely arranged a trap for me to get close to me and enter He tribe's higher-ups. The so-called Su Xian night elopement was just a scheme. Not long after, Su tribe was exterminated. Do you think it was done by my He tribe? Humph. It was your Snowy Mountain who cleaned up the mess for Su Xian Air. What? Why do I not know about this? Hearing this shocking news, Shui Songzi was in disbelief. What do you know? You are only the owner of the 7th branch peak. Snowy Mountain's higher-ups will always only have 3 leaders. I know you do not believe me, but I have concrete evidence. He Qing took out an east window gu and threw it to Shui Songzi. Shui Songzi received the east window gu and used his divine sense to inspect it. After a while, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He Qing looked up at the sky and sighed, his eyes showing a trace of melancholy. Back then, although I was a publicly recognized Gu immortal seed, I was young and ignorant, falling into a scheme. Su Xian night elopement, Su Xian night elopement, it was only a meticulously planned scheme by the righteous and demonic paths to infiltrate each other. I married Su Xian Air and had Lu Lan. I thought my days would continue to be blissful. But one day, a Gu immortal suddenly appeared in front of me and gave me concrete evidence. What you've seen is only a portion of the evidence. How can this be? How can this be? Shui Songzi mumbled. With this evidence, everything was turned upside down. Even if He Qing used the yin-yang life extension method. He schemed against his beloved wife, but this was a matter of opposing righteous and demonic paths. He Qing's righteous action was justified. There would be no criticism. Instead, everyone would praise him. You tricked me. You tricked me. Shui Songzi pointed at He Qing, extremely furious. He originally thought that he had always been in the active position and had something to use against He Qing. He didn't expect that he would be framed by He Qing instead. Shui Songzi followed behind He Qing in a daze, hunting He Lulan, then fighting with Fairy Li Shan and the rest, causing him to be in a worrying situation. He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan. And the power of the ancient sects of Zhongzhou state had become a shadow in Shui Songzi's heart that could not be dispelled. He Qing collected his emotions, turning his gaze back to Shui Songzi, and now. I've got new evidence. Do you still remember how He Lulan addressed Fairy Li Shan when she was undergoing her tribulation? Fairy Li Shan and Su Xian Air were very likely related by blood. I have Su Xian Air's blood and He Lulan's blood in my hands. When he confronted the Great Snow Mountain in the future. Another solid piece of evidence. Shui Songzi took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. What a good black castle, it is indeed extraordinary. I have only extorted a few dozen immortal yuan stones from you, but I was already dragged down by you and jumped into the pit. That's right, I have to admit, even if you attacked He Lulan and tried all ways to capture her. You can also push the blame of being a father disciplining his children. I hope that she will realize her mistake and turn back. As long as you do not use Yin Yang life extension method on He Lulan, I will not have any evidence against you. But your scheme ends here. You are alone, the other party is working together with Central Continent forces. He Lulan has already become a strength path extreme immortal, it will be even harder for you to capture her. He Qing fell into silence. The more Xue Songzi spoke, the quicker his thoughts became. My situation is worrying, but your days will not be good either. You harmed Su Xian heir, He Lulan's desire for revenge is deep in her bones, Central Continent forces might also find trouble with you. So, the two of you are already tied together, only by cooperating with us will you have a chance of victory. A female voice suddenly interrupted Xue Songzi and He Cheng's conversation. Who is it? Xue Songzi was shocked. A graceful figure gradually appeared. This was a female Gu immortal, she wore a purple robe and had an alluring smile on her beautiful face. Xue Songzi was not ignorant, he was stunned for a moment before reacting, so it is Fairy Jiang Yu. He then turned his gaze towards He Cheng. Northern Plains Gu immortals all knew that Fairy Jiang Yu was He Cheng's 27th concubine, she was also a Dark Path Gu immortal, she had Immortal Gu Dark Limit, it could conceal spiritual opportunity and interfere with deductions. The reason why He Lulan could last for so long without self-detonating due to the great strength true martial physique was because Fairy Jiang Yu had used Dark Limit Immortal Gu to conceal and seal the aura of the 10 extreme physiques for He Lulan, preventing heaven and earth from sensing it. But when He Qing saw Fairy Jiang Yu, his attitude was extremely cold, he snorted, you came after all. Many years ago, when I brought evidence of Su Xian's night elopement to you for the first time, I said one thing, when you need me to appear, I will appear. A mysterious smile appeared on Fairy Jiang Yu's face. How about it? I said it before, you cannot capture He Lulan by yourself, it will only cause more trouble. You can only have hope by cooperating with us. Xue Songzi looked at He Cheng, then at Jiang Yu, his gaze moving back and forth between the two. He Cheng and Jiang Yu's attitude made him inwardly shocked. Fairy Jiang Yu's identity was not simple, she seemed to be the representative of a mysterious force. The reason why He Cheng could see through Su Xian's night elopement was because of Fairy Jiang Yu's reminder. He Cheng lowered his gaze, Fairy Jiang Yu was able to get so close to him without being discovered, this made He Cheng's wariness towards Jiang Yu increase by another level. Although Fairy Jiang Yu was a lone cultivator of northern plains on the surface, and He Cheng's beloved concubine, she was actually shrouded in mystery. He Cheng fell into deep thought. He was not afraid of Fang Yuan's myriad self-army, in fact, he felt some disdain towards it. Even though he did not have methods to fight against the myriad self-army, Gu immortals fought in all aspects. Just from the fact that the myriad self-army could not catch up to He Cheng, the myriad self-army did not pose much of a threat to He Cheng. In the previous battle, if not for He Lulan's side taking the initiative to retreat, when the strength path phantoms dissipated, He Cheng would have undoubtedly gained the upper hand and even won the battle. Even Xue Songzi. After being chased around by the myriad self-army, he was not worried about fighting with Fang Yuan again. The reason was, myriad self was an immortal killer move, Fang Yuan had invested too much immortal essence into it. But it could not truly kill the enemy. As long as Xue Songzi used a mortal killer move, he would be able to hold on. After expending it several times, as an immortal zombie, how much immortal essence could Fang Yuan have left? Once he loses, it would be time for Xue Songzi to show his might and take care of Fang Yuan. He Cheng was wary of Fang Yuan's background, Crane Gate. A Central Continent Gu immortal. He had not expected that the investigation of fixed immortal travel would involve such a huge force. The collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Dongfang Naganori had already deduced that it was a Central Continent Gu immortal who was behind this. Central Continent Gu immortals could even destroy giant Sun immortals' arrangements. not to mention dealing with a mere Heicheng. Like Heicheng, Shuesongzi also had the same worries and worries. They were all frightened by Fang Yuan's background. If they knew that Crane Gate was trying to deal with Fang Yuan by all means, they would not be so nervous. Now it seems that I can only succeed by cooperating with you. But before that, as a sign of sincerity, shouldn't you tell me which force you represent? Heicheng thought about it and asked Fairy Jiangyu. Fairy Jiangyu was silent for a while. She knew that Heicheng was a difficult person to deal with. If she lied or refused, the other party might just leave in a huff. Thus, she decided to tell the truth. There is no harm in telling you. The force I represent is spread across the 5 regions. It is called Shadow Sect. Heicheng and Shuesongzi looked at each other. Central Continent, who immortal blessed land. 28 green grape immortal essence beads, half an immortal yuan stone. Fang Yuan inspected the wealth in his hands. After the Battle of Heilu Land's tribulation, the capital that Fang Yuan had painstakingly built up was immediately reduced to its original state. Before the battle, Fang Yuan had 91 green grape immortal essence beads, but Myriad self-killer move had been activated close to 50 times, forming an army of 500,000 strength path phantoms. During the intense battle, Fang Yuan had activated Delight in Mountain Immortal Goo, Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo and others, expending over 10 green grape immortal essence beads. Thus, he had less than 30 green grape immortal essence beads left. Not only that, I still owe Fairy Li Shan 15 immortal yuan stones and Land Spirit of Lengia 15 immortal yuan stones. I will drag on Fairy Li Shan's debt for as long as possible. I need to return the immortal yuan stones I owe Land Spirit of Lengia as soon as possible. The longer it drags on, the higher the interest. The relationship between Fang Yuan and Land Spirit of Lengia was only ordinary. When Land Spirit of Lengia lent Fang Yuan immortal yuan stones, although she did not ask for an exorbitant price, she still charged 10% interest according to convention. That is to say, Fang Yuan had to return at least 16.5 immortal yuan stones to Land Spirit of Lengia. If it was more than a month, she would have to add another 1.5. 2 months would mean 3 immortal yuan stones. And so on. Even if it was less than a month, she would still have to pay a half immortal yuan stone. This was the so-called minimum interest. If there were no benefits to speak of, why would others lend it to others for no reason? Originally, Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan had an agreement in the alliance agreement. If one side supported the other, the price they paid would be doubled. This agreement had been fulfilled when Fang Yuan fought Heicheng. But this time, Fang Yuan not only paid the price, he also obtained huge benefits. His strength path attainment rose to Grandmaster level, his transformation path attainment rose from nothing to master level, his flying attainment rose to quasi-Grandmaster level. There was also the small family Qi Gu and the 15 immortal yuan stones that were waived. These benefits far exceeded the price Fang Yuan paid. Thus, Fairy Li Shan would not compensate him. Now that I think about it, this He Lulan might have purposely set this up, trying to use the demon venerable's true meaning to make me work for her. Now that Fang Yuan thought about it, he felt that he had fallen into He Lulan's trap. If not for the demon venerable's true meaning, Fang Yuan would not have expended so much green grape immortal essence to form the strength path phantom army. If the situation was not good, Fang Yuan could retreat. After all, the alliance agreement did not have a clause to fight to the death. The Snowy Mountain alliance agreement between him and He Lulan was very loose. Chapter 699. The underground cave was filled with the colorful light of wisdom. Short mushroom forests were growing everywhere. Wisdom Gu was lying on the Mushroom King at the center of the forest, not moving. Fang Yuan sat not far away, using the light of wisdom to deduce. After a long while, he let out a breath of turbid air. the second immortal goo recipe is completed. He looked at his green grape immortal essence. He did not have much to begin with, only over 20 beads. Now that he had deduced two 80% remnant recipes, he only had 11 beads left. The third immortal goo recipe is 86% complete. 11 beads of green grape immortal essence should be enough. Fang Yuan looked at the delight in mountain and forest immortal goo in his mind. It was shining brightly. There was nothing strange. Many days had passed since He Lulan underwent tribulation. Because it was used frequently during the intense battle, cleansed soul immortal goo was already weak from hunger. Delight in mountain and forest immortal goo had also been used many times, but it was in good condition and did not complain of hunger. Fang Yuan felt it was strange at first, but after asking Mo Yao's will in his immortal aperture, he understood the reason. It turned out that Mo Yao's fake will needed to be replenished from time to time. Mo Yao did not have fake will goo. He used many goo worms to transform delight in mountain and forest into fake will. Thus, during the feeding process, he first paid attention to delight in mountain and forest immortal goo. Delight in mountain and forest was fed by Mo Yao's fake will. It was not like Fang Yuan had guessed earlier. Thus, even though Fang Yuan had been using delight in mountain and forest immortal goo frequently, there was still some time before he could feed delight in mountain and forest immortal goo again. This was clearly a good thing. After all, if an immortal goo was hungry, it would cause the immortal goo to die. Cleansed soul immortal goo was already complaining of hunger. As a result, the risk of Fang Yuan using myriad self-killer move had increased greatly. Maybe once he used this immortal killer move, cleansed soul immortal goo would not be able to hold on and be destroyed. Deducing immortal goo recipes was Fang Yuan's main method of making a living. If delight in mountain and forest immortal goo went on strike, Fang Yuan would no doubt fall into a predicament again. Fang Yuan activated delight in mountain and water immortal goo again, deducing the third immortal goo remnant recipe. This time, he had obtained the infusion of the demon venerable's true meaning. It was a great help in deducing immortal goo remnant recipes. This was because the true meaning imbuement absorbed the reckless savage demon sovereign's understanding of cultivation, directly increasing Fang Yuan's foundation and raising Fang Yuan's cultivation realm. As for deducing goo recipes, it was based on one's own foundation. The stronger one's foundation, the higher the efficiency of calculation. Although it mainly focused on refinement path. But there were many factors to consider, including strength path, transformation path, etc. 2 days later, Fang Yuan finished deducing and obtained 3 complete immortal goo recipes. He brought these immortal goo recipes with him. They arrived at Langya Blessed Land. He had completed the handover with the land spirit of Langya. Not only did he pay off his debts, but he also earned a net profit of 11 pieces of fairy yuan stone after deducting the loss of green grape immortal core. Everything was back on track. 8 days later, Fang Yuan handed the 3 complete immortal goo recipes to the land spirit of Langya, completing the 5th transaction. At this point, he had 36 pieces of fairy yuan stone, and 27 beads of green grape immortal essence. Only then did Fang Yuan relax slightly. After the battle with He Cheng, he almost went into a deficit and his economy collapsed. According to the economic terms on Earth, he almost caused a rupture in his cash flow. Although the power of the immortal killer move Myriad Self is extraordinary, it consumes at least 1 bead of green grape immortal essence every time it is used. The more I use it, the greater the consumption. I need to use it cautiously in the future, otherwise I will become poorer the more I fight, and even if I win, I will still lose. Fang Yuan warned himself inwardly. When goo immortals cultivate, they need to consider all aspects, not just victory in battle. Just like the example of Liu Bang and Xiang Yu on Earth. Liu Bang could not defeat Xiang Yu and lost every battle, while Xiang Yu won every battle. But Liu Bang took care of the economy and had a stable base. Thus, even though he lost every battle, he had the capital to rise up again, thus he could fight every battle. In contrast, although Xiang Yu won every battle, he did not have a good management. As time passed and the number of battles increased, the gap between him and Liu Bang shrunk. In the end, Liu Bang won every battle, and it was a complete victory. For Gu immortal cultivation, it was the same logic. Battle was only a part of cultivation. Victory or defeat was not so important, what was important was the benefits behind the victory or defeat. One had to look forward, they could not be short-sighted. Although Fang Yuan had sent He Cheng and Xue Songzi fleeing everywhere, he had invested too much green grape immortal essence. In contrast, He Cheng and Xue Songzi's immortal essence expenditure was much less than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan's economy almost collapsed, but He Cheng and Xue Songzi were in good condition. If Fang Yuan fought with them again now, Fang Yuan's battle strength would definitely fall by a level or two. The more they fought like this, the more obvious the outcome of the battle would be. He Cheng had the rank 6 immortal Gu House Dark Prison, could he not risk his life? It was not that he could not, but he had to assess the situation. Those who could become Gu immortals were not hot-blooded boors, they would calculate their gains and losses in every battle. Of course, if not for the demon venerable's will, Fang Yuan would not have expended so much green grape immortal essence. Even if I run out of green grape immortal essence, I can refine immortal Yuan stone again. But the demon venerable's true meaning is a rare opportunity. If I accumulate it step by step, it will take at least decades. Fang Yuan calculated clearly in his mind. When Fang Yuan perfected 2 more immortal Gu remnant recipes, Tai Bai Yunsheng finally returned from Snowy Mountain. You did not see the scene of a super-grade blessed land, Sai, I saw it with my own eyes. It occupies an area of over 5 million square kilometers, the time flow in the blessed land is 38 times that of the outside world. It is full of vitality and great potential, even I cannot help but feel jealous. I feel that the biggest winner of this tribulation is He Lulan. Tai Bai Yunsheng returned and chattered endlessly, full of emotions. He Lulan had requested Tai Bai Yunsheng to repair the super-grade blessed land. Thus, Tai Bai Yunsheng was fortunate enough to enter Lulan blessed land, it was an eye-opener. A super-grade blessed land is like this, after all, one of the 10 extreme physiques is treading on thin ice, seeking life in the midst of death. Compared to this, I am more concerned about how many immortal Gu He Lulan refined in the 3rd step of her immortal ascension. Fang Yuan asked. She used Flying Bear Strength Immortal Gu to detonate her immortal aperture, this Strength Path Immortal Gu was given to her by Giant Sun's will. Flying Bear Strength Gu is now her vital Gu. She also raised her original core Self-Strength Gu to rank 6. Other than these, she also obtained a rank 6 Strength Qi Gu. Tai Bai Yunsheng answered. When Tai Bai Yunsheng was undergoing immortal ascension, using the remaining heaven and earth qi, he obtained man as before and landscape as before, 2 immortal Gu. Whether He Lulan had more heaven and earth qi than Tai Bai Yunsheng, outsiders had no way of knowing. But Fang Yuan knew that she had many small family qi Gu, these Gu worms contained a lot of heaven and earth qi. Fang Yuan evaluated He Lulan's assets, this means that He Lulan already has 4 immortal Gu. They are Flying Bear Strength Gu, Self-Strength Gu, Strength Qi Gu, and Slavery Gu. The original rank 7 Divert Disaster Gu. It was destroyed during the tribulation. But don't forget, she had once destroyed Flying Bear Phantom and seized Flying Bear Phantom Gu to suppress it. From then on, I lost contact with Flying Bear Phantom Immortal Gu, I don't know if this Immortal Gu was seized by formless hands or if it is still in her hands. He Lulan's strength grew rapidly, she had at least 4 immortal Gu. Now that she was a Gu immortal, she soared to the sky with a bright future. Moreover, she had a close relationship with Fairy Li Shan, with Fairy Li Shan's help, she directly surpassed the initial stage of becoming a new Gu immortal. Fairy Li Shan did not lack immortal Yuan stone, with a large amount of resources invested, Lulan blessed land would develop rapidly. He Lulan, who has a super-grade blessed land, will greatly surpass me in cultivation. I have a high-grade blessed land. Compared to other Gu immortals, it is already very fast. But He Lulan seems to have grown wings and is flying. Although we are in an alliance with them, the alliance has a time limit. If we exceed the time limit, we need to be careful. Fairy Li Shan has a wide circle of friends, while He Lulan is a formidable character. Tai Bai Yunsheng said with a worried tone. As a genius, He Lulan's rapid growth gave Tai Bai Yunsheng, a senior, enormous mental pressure. And Fang Yuan was in an even worse state. His cultivation had stagnated. As long as he did not get rid of his immortal zombie status, his cultivation would not be able to advance. As long as He Qing does not die and Ma Hongyun's matter is not resolved, we will have the foundation to cooperate with He Lulan. Don't be too careful on this trip to Eastern Sea. Shark Demon is not someone easy to deal with. If you need help, just use Moving Perspective Cup Gu. Fang Yuan said to Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng rested in Hu Immortal Blessed Land for 2 days before rushing to Eastern Sea. He was poisoned by Death's End Immortal Gu. He had promised the Eastern Sea Immortal Zombie Shark Demon to explore Yulu Blessed Land. He had no choice but to leave quickly. Fang Yuan stayed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, deducing Gu recipes and earning Immortal Yuan stones, while also dealing with the feeding of Immortal Gu. After he completed the 6th transaction, the number of Immortal Yuan stones had risen to over 60. Woman's Heart and Connect Luck also showed signs of weakening. It was evidently due to hunger. Together with Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had 3 Immortal Gu to feed. Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu needed 10,000 White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu to feed. Connect Luck Immortal Gu needed 5,000 kilograms of sand from the habitat of the ancient desolate beast, the worldly sand gull. Poison Path Immortal Gu Woman's Heart needed the heart of a woman to feed it. He had no clue about the first 2, so Fang Yuan decided to start with the easier and harder ones. Western Desert. Sand dunes stretched endlessly. The land had a vast and soothing pulse. The blazing sun hung high in the sky. The air was so hot that it felt like it was going to steam people. A large caravan was moving forward. Camel bells were ringing, carriage shafts were making noises. The accompanying Gu masters used all kinds of Gu worms. Some lowered the temperature, some blew wind, some created clear water, and some scouted the direction. Who is it? The caravan leader shouted. In front of the caravan, a malevolent monster suddenly appeared. This monster was 6 meters tall. It had bulging muscles and a tall and sturdy body. It had 8 arms, a green face and sharp fangs. Its eyes were red like blood. Anyone who saw it would feel their heart tighten, feeling a formless pressure. The caravan became restless. 2 rank 5s, 17 rank 4s, over 40 rank 3s, this is quite a strong group. The monster spoke. Its voice was extremely hoarse and unpleasant to hear. Sir, who are you? I am the leader of Mo Clan's caravan, Mo Yen. One of the rank 5 Gu masters in the caravan had a nervous expression as he cupped his fists. Fang Yuan smiled malevolently, his 8 sharp claws spread out. The name of a super force, Mo Clan, was useless against him. He was like a demon god descending, charging into the caravan and creating a storm of blood. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.